Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you joining me tonight. We got a pretty special stream going on tonight because as part of LobstercoM, we're doing the Friday night boil. So Before we do that, for those of you who are new to the stream, please, my regularly scheduled stream, you can join me every single Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern for 3 rounds of Old School Magic with the Northern Paladins as part of the Tuesday Night Gauntlet. So hit that follow button, turn on those notifications so that you know when it is that I go live. And then my LobstercoM stream will happen tomorrow. I'll be streaming all of my matches from LobstercoM tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And we will play every single round. And in between matches, I will be flipping over to the feature matches. So there's going to be all kinds of stuff going on tomorrow. So that is what we got. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to our hosts today. Besides me, I've got the man himself, DFB Dave Firth Bard, and Mike Van Dyke. So gentlemen, welcome to the stream. And how's everybody doing tonight? Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's going to be great to have a platform to just share some fun matches with the community before the main event tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. So a couple of things we got on tap tonight. We're going to start the night and end the night with some exhibition matches of Atlantic Old School. And then we got some Old School 1.5, and then we got some cool games with the newest Old School format, Old School 7-Eleven. So we got some fun stuff on tap with that. But while before we start this, the games and bring it to the players, the important thing is that DFB and New England Old School, LobstercoM, like many of the Old School Magic tournaments, it is we try to raise as much money as possible for charity, and so far we're over $4,000, which is a great amount of money. So the website to go there for any of the raffles is on your screen. go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM, and you can go in there, and you can you see on your screen now, if you scroll down, you can see that there are a bunch of different things that are being raffled off, and all the proceeds are going to roomtogrow.org. Dave, can you tell us a little bit about Room to Grow?
Yeah, for sure. So Room to Grow is a nonprofit based in Boston that also has a presence in New York City, and they basically give economically disadvantaged families the supplies, the tools, the counseling that they need to give their babies and young children the best possible start in life if they can. So Room to Grow has been the charity partner of New England Old School for LobsterCon the last 2 years, and we agreed with the charity to continue our support this year, even though the event has gone online. They've done a whole lot during COVID to continue to bring essential services to families in Boston who need them, and the nice thing is that we have the opportunity to directly help by giving toddler and baby supplies to them that they can use to basically create these kits to provide these families. And I mean, as a dad, I know how hard it was to bring home a baby. I can't even imagine how hard it must be during COVID, and with limited resources or access to public services. So really critical moment where these families need our support, and it's wonderful to be able to do that and lean on the generosity of the Old School community in order to make that happen. So thank you all, the players, spectators, everyone who's bought raffle tickets, everyone who's sent baby supplies. It's much appreciated from all of us at New England Old School. Thank you very, very much.
All right. So our first match tonight is going to be Atlantic Old School rules. And throughout the entire stream tonight, people can donate to those raffles. The end at what, around 5 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, Dave?
Yeah, the raffle drawing tomorrow will be like 5:30 or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
And then,
Basically, the end of the Swiss rounds.
right. And then if you don't want to join any of the raffles, you can, of course, you can just you can donate. And all you have to do in order to donate, you just scroll down to the bottom of the page, go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM, and you're going to see a button that says donate. And you can make the blue button right there, hit where it says donate, and you can make a donation. You can make a donation in your own name, or you can make it anonymously or whatnot. Or you, if you want to, you can obviously go with these raffle tickets, and it's $5 for 10 tickets, right? So any of those raffles that have appeared on the screen or that are in that that are on that page, you can go ahead and you can do that. Anything you can put in helps. So we definitely appreciate that. So back to some Atlantic Old School. Now Atlantic has a lot of unrestricted cards that are restricted in other formats. So tell me a little bit about that. Mike, you're on the West Coast. You play Pacific quite often, right? But you do play Atlantic from time to time as well. So
yeah, I'm actually pretty regularly playing in the Neos monthlies just because of not being able to get out to my local scene. We can't go meet at the bar right now, so I've been playing in quite a lot of things actually. Mm-hmm. I like Atlantic quite a bit. It's fun.
Yeah. Definitely so. So the big bad of the format is obviously Mishra's Workshop being unrestricted with a restricted strip mine. Thankfully we're not running any shop stacks on the streams tonight, so we won't see all that brokenness going on. But we're definitely going to see some good matches of Magic. So. Tonight, our very first match is Jason Dorman versus Lucas Glavin. Gentlemen, welcome to the stream, and thanks for taking the time out of your day to play some Magic with us.
Hey there, thanks for having me. This is Jason.
And hi, this is Lucas. Very happy to be part of a great event, and I'm a relative newcomer to the old school Magic scene, but it's been really welcoming, and I think that all the tournaments have been fantastic in terms of what they've done for the charitable causes that they're serving.
Mm-hmm. Well, we definitely appreciate you taking your time for this. We appreciate everybody taking out their time to watch the stream tonight. Have you guys shared your deck list with each other, or are you guys going into this blind?
Yes, we both know. So it should be, I think it's a fairly balanced matchup, actually.
Yeah, I got Jason's deck list earlier this afternoon, and I proceeded to talk to two
I didn't want to talk about it in front of you guys, just in case you didn't. So on the stream right now, I'm showing Jason's deck. It's a typical red-blue deck, pretty aggressive with the burn cards, splashing black for a couple of black cards with the Abyss and Demonic Tutor, and then some nice green cards with Regrowth and 2 copies of Stormseeker. Now, one of the things that normally on Tuesday nights I don't see very often are in the sideboard are those Cities in a Bottle, which gets rid of all Arabian Nights cards. It's kind of a contention between many players as to whether or not we should run the card or not. But it's a necessary evil, especially in Atlantic, because you have to be able to have that extra way to deal with Library of Alexandria. Lucas, what do you think? What do you think about his deck?
Go ahead, Rich. I didn't hear your question.
Yeah, Lucas, what do you think about what do you think about Jason's deck?
Jason's deck, yeah. So I think I think it's a very atypical deck. It's pretty interesting with all the burn and the Stormseekers and the Howling Mine engine. I don't think I've played a deck like it before, but in terms of the cards I'm really looking out for, his Abyss and then his City in the Bottles are definitely going to be very effective versus me. So those are the ones I'm looking to try to avoid, hopefully, and then hold back the counter spells if I can.
Yeah. All right, so Lucas, we're bringing up your deck on the screen now, which is a mono blue deck that splashes black for Darrellor, Demonic Tutor, and Mind Twist. So that is definitely some interesting cards you got going on there. I love me some Darrellors. So talk to me a little bit about that.
Darrellor is an interesting creature. I mean, I think he's really good in a splash kind of deck like this, where he's not really going to punish you that much in terms of the downside. He does some good things, like obviously he survives the chain and bolt kind of burn spells, and he can punch through a Serendib Efreet or a factory that can't like block and pump defense. Then beyond that, like even if it's involved in like a fight with a Sarah Angel or something bigger, it can hold its own. So Darrellor is kind of an interesting card. I've liked in the games I've played it. And the most fun is if you can slap a unstable mutation, then it's a really intimidating Darrellor.
Yeah, definitely so. So, Jason, what do you think about that deck that Lucas is running, the mono blue with those 3 black cards?
Yeah, I mean, I dig it. I dig the matchup a lot, to be honest with you, just because he can get under me pretty quickly. Like a couple, quick merfolk into a lord. You can't really waste the burn on him too much. I mean, you can burn out something with unstable mutation, but you really just want to be burning to the face. So if he can establish a board presence really quick and just start getting in there, it can be a problem. But the good thing about burn is you can kind of like almost combo off, storm, like almost like a storm deck. So just gonna try to zap his face enough.
All right. Well, gentlemen, best of luck to you. Now, we're going to mute ourselves in the room, and we're going to go and do some commentary. TFB, I need you back in here, man. There you go. All right. So we're just going to mute our mics in the room, and we're going to do commentary in another room. So you guys go ahead and shuffle up, and let's have a great game.
All right. Thank you, Rich.
Thanks a bunch.
All right. So, hey, man, someday we'll surely have another meetup again, and can't wait to meet you in real life.
Okay, so we've got
sometime in
TFB and Mike and I doing commentary now.
No dice situation
players
in
cannot
terms of
hear us,
playing,
and
but
this is how we're going to do it all night.
I told her
So,
next year, no matter
hoping
what,
that we
tomorrow.
can have some good insight.
Great people.
So,
that's your old
Mike
school,
and
so.
Dave, what do you guys think about those decks, and what do you think about
You're gonna roll.
which deck is going to win?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the
All right,
matchup.
I will go
I mean,
first.
first and foremost,
It is odd.
decks aside, Jason and Lucas are 2 really excellent players, both part of New England Old School, both living in Massachusetts. And I thought it would make a lot of sense to start the evening with a New England Old School kind of grudge match. Although I have to admit there is not much of a grudge because they have met. Like we had a local meetup right before COVID started, where we went to a bar outside of Boston.
Yeah,
and they met, but they actually didn't have a chance to play, and somehow they still haven't had a chance to play each other in a monthly or any other event. So this was a long time coming. Wow, Jason's got a hot start here in Howling Mine. I mean, I think I like Jason's deck. It's not really your father's like blue red burn deck. It is really like it's a creatureless vice deck that tries to make Stormseeker work with Howling Mines and draw 7s.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, fundamentally, this is sort of like,
strip the bad lines.
I mean, Jason is faced with this question, whether to send all of his burn to the face and sort of ignore Lucas's flying men and merfolk and stuff like that, or does he want to play more of a control role and try and ride Howling Mine, outnumber the threats with the burn, and then hope to kind of just overpower Lucas eventually with more power by doing more powerful things and by casting fireballs and stuff like that. I don't know, Mike, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much on the same page as you. I think in general he's going to have to sort of play the control role just because he's the one that has removal available to him in the form of burn spells, and the other deck is really going to be doing a lot of playing creatures, being aggressive, that sort of thing. So I mean, I think at least, especially in the early game, he's going to have to very much be the control deck, and probably I suspect a lot of games kind of end in a situation where he's got control, and maybe there's a DT for a time twister that reloads his hand so he can finish deal the last points of damage or whatever, and kind of do something like that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see it kind of play out a little bit more.
Yep.
This one flying man maybe is not quite as much aggression as Lucas perhaps wants, but I guess he's got to work with what he has available.
I mean, it is only turn 2, and you can't always have a Mox on turn 1.
It's true.
It looks like turn 3 though, right? Because Lucas by now has played 3 lands.
Turn 3, yeah.
The two blue sources and the strip mine,
Yep.
and you really want to be able to cast a guy for blue if you're Lucas. But I mean, the upside for Lucas is there's an active Howling Mine on the board. If you're an aggro player, that's going to help you quite a bit too. I mean, the question for Jason is, does he have enough going on to break the symmetry that the Howling Mine naturally has, right? What are we regrowthing? Nothing. Counter spell.
And you can go up to that.
Yeah, I also like some of the main deck choices that that Lucas's deck has. Things like Energy Flux are in there, and that's going to help him a lot against this deck, hopefully, in the unsideboarded games.
Yeah, both of these guys actually have pretty gnarly main deck tech against the other, right? Lucas has the Fluxes, and Jason has like a couple Earthquake against Murph Hulk. That's pretty good, and he also has a main deck Abyss, which is pretty relevant as well.
Yeah. The Earthquakes are kind of interesting simply because they really only hit about half of the creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes they'll be probably kind of bad, and other times they might be amazing.
Oh, there's a wheel.
There's a wheel.
Wheel pitch and some burn.
I think it was a land and a side blast. Okay.
Okay, so Jason's losing 2 cards, and it looks like Lucas is discarding 5 there or something.
Cards, yeah.
Oof.
One of them being Unstable Mutation. I really love that card.
That's pretty good for Jason.
All right.
Soul Ring's always a welcome sight after a draw 7 for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Howling Mine, I suspect.
Yeah.
Probably. Maybe you could throw down a Vice too.
And just chain your face. Or what he found.
Go ahead.
That works.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine he hoped to have drawn the Abyss.
Right.
That's what I would want off that. But he couldn't cast it on the same turn, so.
Right, exactly. Not without a lot of help from power.
Lotus.
Yeah, right. While Lucas is untapped, he needs to play, or while Lucas is tapped down, he wants to play that Abyss, right? Because otherwise, Lucas can ride these 2 threats and keep up a counter. And as long as the status quo doesn't change, Lucas is really happy.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas in the tank right now. He's got 9 cards, so there's a lot to think about.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we didn't attack with the factory.
No, he needs to spend that mana on something later.
So he's spending the mana. He's doing some stuff.
So he's keeping.
Yeah.
All right, so he discarded
he discarded Control Magic to hand, and now he's keeping up 3 mana specifically for some, or he's holding up a counter, right? He couldn't.
He probably has a counter
wanted to
and
play
a
the
Side
flying
Blast in
man.
hand.
Yeah.
Chaos Orb. Oh.
Chaos Orb?
See, the thing is with countering the Chaos Orb is that Jason has so much mana left.
Mm-hmm.
Really, that's 5 turns.
Those 2 early Moxen are definitely proving to be pretty serious advantage for Jason, especially after the Wheel of Fortune, because this is a perfect example. He plays a Chaos Orb for 2 and mana drain. All right, but he still has 6 mana up.
Yeah. Yeah, my suspicion
This
there
looks
is
like
just that
a Storm Seeker for
Whoa.
a ton.
All right, take 6. I didn't like it.
Jeez.
Yeah, the main deck Relic Barrier. Well, at least it keeps them from getting beat down by the factory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Take 1 off the surrounded. 6.
That might be
a
a
lot
card.
of relic barriers lately.
I think Relic Barrier is going to continue having a moment as the meta adjusts a little bit. But yeah, Relic Barrier just does so much. I mean, it's a Rashad in port. It's an icy manipulator against robots. It's ATOG food. It's a really nice little card.
And you've got,
Now, one thing I want to talk about on the stream right now, Golgothian Silix has skyrocketed in price. Is now a $50 card, and a year ago it was like an $8 card. So
We'll see.
It's a pseudo City of Brass, or sorry, a City in a Bottle for Antiquities cards, but it costs 4, and then you activate it and sacrifice it for 1. Are you guys seeing it in decks more often?
Funny you should ask that, Rich. On our most recent episode of Spice Files, we actually heard a story from the Nashville scene where Silex was actually instrumental in, I guess, was it a white weenie deck, Mike?
It was a white weenie deck defeating a shops deck, yeah.
And so it can happen. I don't know. It's Silex. Silex is just such a different card from Bottle, obviously.
Yeah.
It's really not even close.
I mean, it's 5 mana and wreck target shops deck, I guess, but
Well, yes and no. I mean, I've also seen Shops decks run Silex in the board, and Shops also has a lot of really good cards that don't have the anvil on them, right? Like one of the best things you can cast off of Workshop is an icy manipulator, and Silex doesn't kill that. So,
or relic barrier.
or Relic Barrier indeed.
MadMark82 in chat. This is Atlantic old school Magic. So with Atlantic old school Magic is 1 strip mine is one thing in this format that makes it stand out from other formats of old school Magic. So you're going to see some really old cards, some really pretty cards, but you're not going to see much when it comes to strip mine.
So he just cast a 3 mana Brain Geyser. I wonder when he's gonna hit off that.
Yeah, drawing 3 cards seems okay.
Yeah.
With that the 2 from that mana drain the previous turn.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't really need to draw that many cards. There is double Howling Mine going on, but
discard 2.
sure.
So I'll discard Island and
so discarding some cards. Yeah, makes sense.
All right, so this could end up being a scary turn for Lucas because he's tapped out basically. This is
That's it.
Jason's time to. Yeah. Okay.
And and like I said at the outset, like Jason pretty much just ignored the flying man. Just didn't use his bolts on the guys. Just acted more like a combo deck than a control deck, and just sent it to the face. Leaned into the obviously having the wheel was excellent there. Drew a bunch of cards, cast Storm Seeker for 6.
Yeah,
Pretty much
Storm
just
Seeker
as
was
Jason drew it up, right? So now they're going to go to board.
Yeah.
It was one of those blinking you miss it kind of things. So yeah, I mean Lucas had a hell of a board state, but again Jason took advantage when he tapped out.
I think
I
drew the bolt
Should we pull up the deck photos, Rich, and we can look at the sideboards
Definitely.
on the stream list?
Definitely. So first we're going to bring up Jason's deck here. He's got a whole bunch of red elemental blasts and blue elemental blasts and ATOGs and shatters and those 2 cities in a bottle. So he's got he's definitely
Yeah, so this
has
is
some
interesting.
options here. Obviously the red elemental blasts are going to come in, right?
I mean, how many though? Before, like, I mean, the question is, does he want to play control, or does he want to continue to try and act like the combo? I think the relic barrier comes out.
Well, I mean, Jason's on the draw, so he should take out some number of those black vices, I believe.
Yeah, sure. You could cut maybe one vice. I mean, you still need the vices to combo off though.
Yeah.
And vice works with the rest of your plan, right?
Right.
I mean, I think I think the second earthquake is a little soft. I think the relic barrier clearly comes out. Fourth vice, maybe the fourth side blast. You don't want to cut too much burn though.
Right. And the Stormseekers, obviously, they stay in because they don't get countered by blue elemental blast or red elemental blast, and they can deal a ton of damage.
I mean, if it's me, I'm always taking the Stormseekers out. I just don't think it's a very good card. But
It's green. There aren't that many options for good.
It
green
was
cards.
convincing. It was convincing for sure in game one.
Yeah.
Now, if you're Lucas, I think you want access to more. Fluxes. Is that a Hercules?
It's a Hercules, yeah.
Yeah,
That's kind of interesting. You know, like in response to a draw 7. I don't know. Is that a little too cute?
I mean, it seems fine. I think it's better than having, like, what I'm kind of thinking is like you probably want to cut, obviously, control magic, and I would probably want to cut those unstable mutations. I mean, you want to be aggressive, but you also don't really want to get 2-for-1s.
Right.
So I might just want to cut those because we know, they know each other's deck list, right? So there's probably some good number of red blasts coming in. So.
Right. Well, Lucas started
Blink and you
out
missed
on
that
all
opener.
cylinders here.
Yeah, I know,
Look
right?
at that
Jeez.
turn.
Holy smokes!
All right. So I'm hoping that Jason doesn't have any vices in his hand, for his sake, anyway.
That's definitely a case where you want to cut. You don't want vices necessarily in your opener.
Yeah.
Seems like a bad play.
He kept the relic barrier in, which here actually doesn't look so bad because Lucas's only blue source right now is an artifact.
Right. But does he keep him off blue, or does he tap the Soul Ring?
How many cards you got in here?
Cut him off blue.
I'm gonna tap down the
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see that relic barrier still in his deck, to be honest.
I
Yeah,
agree.
really.
I mean, it's not the worst card in the world, but it's just, surprised.
Swing for 3. And then
So swinging for 3 on turn 2 isn't the worst thing in the world, I suppose.
So, okay, so he tapped. He went to barrier the sapphire. He used the mana to activate the factory. Is that what happened? Yeah.
Yep.
use the cast.
All right.
Suspect
So he's
he's
using
gonna
the Soul
kill the
Ring,
Soul Ring, probably.
using
Yeah, I
one of the mana
that's
for
crazy.
the Chaos Orb and the extra to go into the Mishra's Factory. Remember, we do
the
have mana
factory's a
burn
lightning rod.
in old school Magic. So
No, he cut the land actually instead of the soul ring.
Okay.
The joke's on you, guy.
And there's another trap.
isn't that always how it happens, right?
A little awkward for Jason to not have red mana. Well, Ancestral will fix a lot of that.
Yeah. I heard that Ancestral Recall was a pretty good card.
Play a Mox.
So back in 1996, when I first started playing Magic, I saw an Inquest article and it showed a picture of Ancestral Recall. I didn't know what the Power 9 was, and I thought that I needed to get one of them. And then I saw the price tag on it, and it was a $150 card. It's like, there's no way I'm buying a $150 card.
There's the Lord. Crack
Nice.
for 2.
I like it.
Love it.
Nice.
And he got the bolt too with the factory, which made it a little safer for the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Love that.
Chat.
Here's a bunch of stuff.
Well, do what you're gonna do.
Library isn't going to do anything right now, but it may do something later on.
Not yet. I mean,
Chain the Lord.
Jason's all about finding and casting draw 7, so
Correct.
it's entirely possible we'll see it draw cards before the end of the game.
Atlantis is no longer with us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So he got rid of the Lord, and he's got the Howling Mine. Is he gonna tap his own Howling Mine?
Oh, he's going to tap it down. Yeah.
Here he goes.
Yeah. I guess that is the relic barrier's job that I didn't really consider. Obviously, and
Sure.
it does have that combo.
Energy flux.
Yeah.
That is backbreaking.
Uh,
5
Yeah,
artifacts
that's
on
pretty
the
good.
turn. But you know, Lucas is Banistard right here, so I mean,
Sure.
It's not a slam dunk for Lucas, right?
no.
Right.
Have we seen more than one land from Lucas?
That's the one.
He kept a sapphire hand.
Damn it.
Played
The factory's been
the factory in the island.
graveyard, yeah. So
he's missed a couple.
let's see what I want.
I think I would keep the Howling Mine and the Relic Barrier around for a turn to draw the extra card and then tap it down, right?
Mm.
Pay for the
yeah,
Since
and
you're gonna lose
I
the
think
other things
Lucas
anyway.
should pay the 2 from the Soul Ring to keep the Mox
and then we're gonna
and hope that he draws another
I like it.
Mana Source.
die.
Drawing is 2.
Mm-hmm.
Taiga.
You Taiga. And then
Up and down.
Tap down that.
Lucas got basically like your Soul Ring just stays around, or do you pay for the sapphire
Yeah,
for a
I
turn?
definitely think he has to pay for to keep the Sapphire,
for
so he has that extra blue.
Yeah.
Sure.
How many cards do you have?
And he didn't draw a land.
I have 2.
Mhm. Hopefully he has a threat to play though. That's kind of really his only.
Oh, Lord.
There you go. At least,
That's a good threat.
at least he has a
Right.
play.
Come on,
Yeah, that's fine.
a little merfolk that could.
Yeah.
Tap. Alright, pay for the mine, I guess. Tough.
Mm. Just let them both go.
Yep.
I'm just gonna let them both die. Draw.
We have a sense of Jason's life total at this point. Lucas is on 16. Kind of hard to see.
I think
Jason's
Jason's at
He's at a
10.
10.
His dice is slightly off the screen on the Twitch feed, but I can see it here.
Where's that Reb?
See, they're talking about Alice in chat now.
Also a good format.
Yeah, that's when I started playing Magic. Started at Alliances.
96.
Uh,
Yeah.
Ice Age, actually. So the joke is I started playing at Ice Age, not playing during the Ice Age.
Yep.
Chain you, dude.
Yeah.
All right, so
I know,
Jason's
it was inevitable.
stabilized. Lucas
Yeah.
literally has 2 permanents.
And you can go ahead after that.
Jason's cards in hand feels like what, 3 or something, 2 or 3.
How many cards do you have now?
But I think what's likely to happen here is that this this library is eventually going to be online, and
Jokes on you.
we'll take it to the game.
Right, Jason's under no kind of pressure. He can
Yeah.
sandbag and just get back up to 7.
And you can just red blast every 1 mana thing he
Yeah,
plays.
for real.
I can't take the chip damage, yeah.
So Jason is continuing to play. You know, he played the Reb, he played the Badlands.
Mhm.
Like he's got a
That's true. Yeah, I think I would just get on library. That'd be
Yeah,
my.
just get on the library is
my
definitely a
instinct.
good play. Because if he
fast. Oh well, just kill your
keeps on-
land. Yeah,
well,
that's pretty
yeah,
good.
that works too.
Okay.
Also,
Oh, Lucas.
Poor guy.
I have to discard. Discard a Hercules. You're up.
Discarded Hercules. He did bring in the Hercules, huh? Or did he have one main deck?
Discard.
No, there's not one main deck. It's
Okay.
four.
discarding an energy flux.
Yeah.
Well, he's never gonna be able to cast energy
Yeah.
flux. He's got a fistful. Hopefully, he doesn't have like Darylor in his hand. Oh, there it is.
Of course he did.
Called
Nice
it.
call. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, it's like essentially the most expensive mana cost in his deck.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you count like Brain Geyser or something.
Because he had the dead control magic in game 1. That's certainly gone.
Yeah.
Go to discard.
I mean, if he boarded in Hercules, you know he boarded in all the energy fluxes.
If he's discarding 2-drop threats now,
Draw.
what the hell? What is in his hand? Then?
All right, so we've got an active
Probably just
library
push it
now.
threats.
Hey, slam that, slam a guy.
And I will say
He's got to have a guy, right? It's just a question of which one does he want to play.
Oh wow, JD, thank you for the raid. JD just raided with 20 people.
Oh, he's got a reb for the ancestral. How many? So that's the third reb.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Jeez.
That's heartbreaking. All right, hey, 2 mana sources.
2 mana sources is a lot. JD,
No,
welcome to the stream. Meso, welcome to the
counts off
stream.
deck, right? Dib. Can't reb it. Well, you can reb a dib, but not anymore because the dibs are there. He only has 3 rebs, right? So
All the revs are gone. So
they're just all in the graveyard. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has to like side blast this basically.
I mean, it's only a matter of time before Jason just fireballs Lucas for the game, right? Like,
I mean, 12 is a reasonable life total,
Yeah.
but Serendib, obviously,
And there it goes.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, the bottle's really good here, right? I
It
mean,
is.
It answers all the dibs and all the flying men.
mm-hmm.
For those just joining us from JD's stream from the raid, I appreciate you sticking around. We have a special thing going on this weekend called LobstercoM Weekend. Normally it's an in-person tournament, but because of COVID, it's online. So this is the Friday Night Boil. This is a prelude to the event. We're playing a bunch of different magic matches for old school Magic. This is Atlantic old school Magic. Jason Dorman versus Lucas Clavin. Jason is up a game over Lucas. And then we've got some other things coming up as well. So if you like Magic and you like old Magic cards, stick around. We got some cool stuff. Also, we're raising money for Room to Grow. So if you go to go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM, you can either enter one of the many raffles with all proceeds going to Room to Grow, or you can scroll all the way down to the bottom and click on the blue button that says donate, and you can donate anonymously or you can donate in your name. Jason T. Smart in chat is asking when registration closes, Dave.
If you're going to register, I'd prefer that you do it tonight. But we will take registrations right up until about, call it like 9:30-ish Eastern tomorrow morning.
All right, so you heard it from the man himself. Do it tonight, but you can do it tomorrow, maybe.
Just get it done. Like, what are you freaking waiting for? We have like 11, or what do we have? We have 116 people registered for the event tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up to be the biggest one-day webcam event for old school this year. So really, really excited about the field. A lot of great players representing like 9 or 10 different countries. And we're gonna have a great time.
A whole bunch of
So if you're on the
different time
fence,
zones. You said that you even got somebody from Hawaii who's playing, right?
we have multiple people from Hawaii who are
Multiple
starting
people from
round
Hawaii.
1 at 4 a.m. local time.
4 a.m. their time. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, It sounds crazy. I guess I will confess that I did that for a Dutch tournament a couple months ago. It's not impossible. Mike wouldn't do it. He's not an early riser.
I'm not an early riser, that's true.
Yeah.
But honestly, I feel like I'm almost more likely to attend in-person LobsterCon than I am to wake up early just to. I don't know. I enjoy the going to the events and everything, right? And,
Yeah,
waking
absolutely.
up. I wake up early for that. Just people. It's
Right.
just-
Well, you wake up at here. You wake up at 4 a.m. to go catch a plane to get to an old school tournament in real life.
Right.
I've done that plenty of times, and hopefully will again. So.
No, I very much did consider playing, but I have a lot of things to do this weekend actually. So one thing I was going to point out with the sequence of plays that we had here. So when the City in a Bottle was played, right, that obviously killed Jason's Library of Alexandria.
Yes, yeah, and
Which
he
is
was
a-
up there on 6 or 7 cards. So
Right, and so it's a little weird. I feel like his life total is not very high, so he kind of had to play it to get rid of that dip. But at the same time, it puts him in a weird position because Lucas cast that mind twist, and that actually did a lot of damage. Like he couldn't he couldn't recover from it later, right? By just like holding more cards and then eventually getting back on life.
Right. Because if he doesn't play the bottle, he's drawing 2 a turn and probably comes up with an answer for the dib. Obviously, you're worried about the life total, but
the problem is that there's not that many answers to dib, right? He pretty much has the Abyss, maybe tutor for Abyss, and then otherwise he has to side blast it.
Blast, which doesn't feel great, yeah. Right, because as we've said, all the rebs are gone.
It was an interesting strategy to use those rebs early. Now, I understand that Lucas was mana starved, but obviously using the reb on an ancestral recall, I'm okay with that. But using the reb on the one mana creatures is.
I'll try to. I agree.
So.
Yeah, I think he's at 7. Jason is.
Yeah, they're both like mid single digit life totals now.
Yeah. So how many extra turns could he have taken damage from the Merfolk of the Pearl Trident? That's kind of questionable as well.
Yeah, because he had plenty of mana, so he probably had burn spells as well with the cards that he was drawing. So I think using those rebs early might end up biting him in the butt here.
So I'm going to pay for the Howling Mine with the Emerald and...
Potentially, but he'd be at a lower life total right now. He could kill the dib. But then he's in side blast range too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, yeah.
There you go. Oh man.
All right.
Wow, what a comeback for Lucas.
Yeah, that was one heck of a comeback.
I know. I couldn't believe the
mind. My suspicion is that I don't think it really would have mattered either way. Like it just kind of comes down to where did you take your extra 3 to 4 points of damage, and either it came from the Merfolk or it came from the dib or whatever, But that's good for the viewers. We get to see another game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Excited about this.
Well, while they're going to the next game, gonna plug some things on my stream real quick, everybody. I appreciate everybody who was in the stream today, and I appreciate JD for raiding with those 20 people. Don't forget to follow. I play Old School Magic every single Tuesday night at 8 p.m. I stream 3 rounds with the Northern Paladins as part of the Tuesday night gauntlet. And then tomorrow on my stream, I will be streaming my matches from LobstercoM beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be playing 7 rounds of Old School Magic. And if you have not already, please go to go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM, and you can either buy raffle tickets for any of these amazing raffles, or you can scroll all the way down to the bottom and you can donate. You hit that blue button and donate. You can donate anonymously, or you can donate in your own name. All proceeds go to roomtogrow.org. We have raised over $4,000 so far, and we've only just begun. So I appreciate everybody who is here and everybody who can take that time and can donate. So are we taking a break? Are the players taking a break? Is that what's going on?
Looks like Lucas got up for a second.
I wanted to mention something. The picture that you have for LobstercoM.
Yeah.
The more I look at it, the more wrong it is. So like, there's like the teeth in the claw. Also like the G key is not in the right place. I don't know. There's like weird stuff going on.
Right, hang on.
It weirds me out. Yeah.
So the teeth actually are not. Yeah, somebody made the comment somewhere that they look like human teeth. They're not actually. North Atlantic like lobsters are asymmetrical. They have like a pincher claw, like a cutting claw. It's like kind of skinnier, narrower, with those tiny little serrated edges. And then they have a crusher claw with those like kind of big bulbous tooth-like nobules. I don't know what you call them. So they're actually weirdly asymmetrical creatures, which is kind of funky. The bigger like tooth-like claw tastes better usually because there's more meat inside of it. That's the exciting one to crack open. But yeah, I actually that was a Google image search for digital lobster over the summer. This is how the sausage gets made. No, it was amazing. I flipped my shit because it looks exactly like, it's like one of those old timey kind of PC keyboards. That is a very bizarre catch on the G being in the wrong spot.
Yeah, they do look like human teeth, and but you've taught me something today, so I learned something about lobsters. It's good.
Well, when we get you up here to Boston, Mike, we will eat together, and you can see.
Boston's a wonderful city. It would be a hell of a lot better if it didn't have so many Red Sox fans. Just saying.
Yikes. The Red Sox are not doing so great this season, so.
No. The Red
Celtics
Sox
are in
haven't
trouble
been doing
too
well
now.
for a few seasons now.
All right.
Someone in chat mentioned that the correct lobster doesn't have claws.
It's Jared, albino turtles, 93, 94.
Yeah,
Sure.
Jared enamored with the Caribbean spiny. It's more like an overgrown shrimp, if you ask me.
Yeah.
All right, what's happening in this game? Jason has advice, and he was on the play, so that's good. That's some damage. Now he's tutoring, so he's set up pretty well. Lucas can't stop him if he casts Ancestral or whatever. So that's probably what's going to happen next. Or a Lotus.
Yeah. So
I heard Lotus is a good card.
Yeah.
Did
That's a nice hand for
draw
Jason.
7 here?
I guess I don't really even need to show
On the play, it's a nice hand.
Twister boom. Yep.
Twister.
You're doing the thing, man. You're doing the
Going ham.
Lotus and the Time Twister is always fun.
Comboing storms at 4.
I have really enjoyed playing Time Twister Wheel of Fortune decks. They're some of my favorite decks to play. They're exciting, and you also kind of get this extra bump from having those in your starting hand or whatever, or tutors for them in the early game.
Well, especially with the London Mulligan, right?
Right.
Like there are so many just astonishingly great 4-card hands that you can assemble. So sometimes it's okay to.
I remember
those
watching coverage of something, and one of the
and
players
a time
mulliganed down
lock.
to 3.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. One of the players mulliganed down to 3, and then the opponent said, "Okay, well, we'll go
Ancestral.
Lotus into Time Twister, and we can just both draw 7, and maybe we can play some real Magic."
I missed the mulligans. That's impressive.
So Dorman has now cast all 3 blue pieces of power before Lucas has taken a second turn.
How many cards now? 7? 6? Okay.
I think that might be. No, I think there was another turn. I think Lucas might have missed a land drop because I see 4 lands over there. There's an island, a city, and then 2 dual lands.
Okay.
And he only casts 1 time walk, so.
Mason, thanks for the heads up. I fixed it, so next time it shows up, it'll be correct.
Okay, well.
I don't think Lucas actually expected that to resolve.
Probably not. I would lead with the Merfolk. He killed some Merfolk in the previous game. Maybe he counters it. I don't know.
All right.
But either way, I don't think he's going to counter the Merfolk. He would just wait till end of turn and kill it.
How many? Trying to figure out how many cards are in Jason's hand here. something like, can't be much more than like 3 or so, right? He's played a ton of.
He's done a lot, even after the Twister.
Yeah, Lucas took a lot of damage off of
Off
that
of the
one fight.
Vice.
Yeah.
Luke is on 7. Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's right.
There's a bottle, so we're blowing up the Flying Man, our own City of Brass.
Yeah, okay. He doesn't need the City of Brass.
Yeah.
No, he's
No,
not
not at all.
Ooh.
We want
fight over it?
the
Wow. Okay.
he's rebbing the
Yeah.
counter spell. He really wants this bottle to resolve.
Yeah.
It's not really about killing the Flying Man so much as keeping dibs off the table,
Right.
off the stack. In fact,
Mhm.
17.
I am going to strip your property. You're going.
Oh, strip mine.
Stripping what? Does it really matter? What does
I don't think so at this point.
So
The
one
Lotus
cool
again.
thing about sitting a bottle is the fact that it doesn't affect tokens. And if you animate dead a rook egg, the rook egg immediately goes away, and then you get a rook token at end of turn. So
It's that's living the dream right there.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with that. That's what old school's all
Man,
about.
the ribs are just flying out of Dorman's hand.
Yeah.
Good.
Holy smokes!
So the strip mine actually hit the green source, which is like kind of relevant, but I mean,
Ugh.
it ended up not mattering, right?
Yep.
And that's the ball game.
Yeah, that was it. Black Vice was brutal.
There are some disgusting broken things happening for Dorman in that game. He got so far out ahead there with all the blue power, the Twister, keeping refilling the Vice. That was pretty gnarly.
Those red blasts were brutal.
No, and then he exactly just won all the stack fights.
Yeah, I drew off the Twister. I do triple bad.
All right, well,
All right,
why don't we?
let's pop back in the room and talk to the
Yeah,
players.
why don't we pop it back in just briefly? Then I'll line up the next match, and we can move pretty quickly to that one. Okay.
Yeah, no, very enjoyable. I think
That was a good match, though, dude. Very tight.
I think it was. I definitely had draws that were capable of really putting the pressure on you and messing up your plan. And obviously you have really busted draws like that. But
Gentlemen, that was some good games of Magic.
yeah, good games.
They went back and forth quite a bit, which was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game too was a pretty good.
That was exciting, guys.
Mhm.
Yeah, we had a good match there.
Yeah, it was
So,
fun.
Never get to cast an Earthquake. I thought Earthquake was really good.
Now, are you both playing
Yeah,
in the main event tomorrow?
I really wanted to board it.
Sorry, Rich.
What's that?
I asked if you're playing in the main event
Oh yeah,
tomorrow.
okay. I can't
I
play
am
tomorrow,
Lucas is not.
but I was excited to be able to play today.
Yeah, great to at least get you in for one match,
Yeah,
Lucas.
thank you.
That comeback in game 2 was fantastic.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe
coming
back from no lands, one permanent.
Yeah.
That was really something else.
All right. Well, appreciate
I
the
do
games,
so much
guys.
air,
Thanks
like,
for
I do,
joining the
like,
stream. Good luck in future games and whatnot. And we're going to get going with some more old school Magic. So
All right.
thanks a lot and take care.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Rich.
Thanks for having
us.
us.
Thanks, Dave, for running a great event. And Mike,
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah,
too.
thank you.
See you guys.
All right. Take it easy.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting our 7-Eleven combatants into the room now.
Okay. So
Excited about this tournament.
we're.
I know.
I got the rules up on stream for 7-Eleven. So this came about because people were talking about 7-card Monty and 10-card Monty and whatnot. And for those who don't watch Manos, listen to Manos podcast, that was a part of it where they were talking about it and it just evolved into this. So
Sean and Jeff, I think
yeah, somebody's volume's way too high.
mute Twitch, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not into
so
Twitch.
7 decks of 11 cards. It's Singleton, Highlander, Unified Constructed. Decking doesn't lose you a game. So we're going to see a lot of cards and a lot of the decks
I think it
as
is
well.
you, Sean. now.
Really? Okay, one second.
Jeff muted himself and it was still going.
All right, is that any better?
Nope.
Let's try. So I'm speaking, and do you hear me through anything else?
There's quite a bit of echo going on. Somebody's got something really, really loud.
All right, I'm gonna reload.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so I'm excited about this format, and I'm glad that we could get Jeff to play this, especially because this is kind of his brainchild, so to speak.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's something that he kind of threw around amongst a few of us just in a little chat a while ago, and it's evolved to be this 7-Eleven format. It was a little different beforehand, but I like where it's gone, and it's I think it's a pretty neat little format, and I think people will like it quite a bit. So I'm really glad that Jeff can kind of show off what his creative brain kind of came up with for this format.
Yeah, for
I've
sure.
got,
How's the echo doing?
Yeah, I've got Jeff's decks on the stream right now. Now, you two didn't share your
better,
deck
Sean.
list, right?
Better? All right, cool.
What was that?
Sean and Jeff, you guys didn't share your deck list, right?
They didn't.
We did not. We don't know what the
Okay.
other person's playing.
All right, so we'll wait
So,
to
don't let
comment
us know.
about them afterwards. But just looking at both of the sets of deck lists, I've got Sean's up on the screen right now. There are some fun cards in here, and I mean it's singleton, and you have to come up with 7 decks. So it's really, really interesting the creativity among these decks as well. And they were talking in chat earlier. We were talking about one card. Not going to spoil it, obviously. I mean, you guys know because you both saw it. They were talking about Dark Sphere. Dark Sphere is a 0 mana artifact from the dark. You tap it and sacrifice it to prevent half of the damage from one source, rounded up. Sorry. Rounded down. So it is, definitely, it's a Brewers format, and there's some really, really cool things going on.
Real hard to channel Fireball someone out when they have a Dark Sphere.
Exactly.
right.
I don't know. I've had the fortune of playing this format, having been one of the early testers with Jeff. I've loved watching this format, kind of the gestation period, and hearing about the quote unquote 10-card Monty idea on the All Things Considered episode from a couple months ago, to now seeing it kind of take this form. And maybe before we start, I don't know, Jeff, if you want to say a couple words, and then we'll jump up to the commentary layer, and you guys can get going.
Mad props to Jeff on that 7-Eleven cup, though. Just,
Yeah, I had to go to 7-Eleven earlier today, and they wouldn't give me a cup for free, so I had to buy a Slurpee. But once I bought a Slurpee, I can't just walk away without filling up the cup. So then I had to down this real quick so I can get my deck box for the deck. Unfortunately, I got one that's a little too small, so the deck barely fit in there, and everything was a failure, and I ended up with like a sugar headache.
oh, that is great. All right, so we're gonna duck out and do some commentary. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us tonight, taking time out of your schedule and building these decks and showing us this awesome format. And we'll be back and say hello to you on the way out. So just so everybody knows, we are playing 7 games here. We're playing with every single deck. So, all right.
And we're gonna play all 7 games, even if it becomes clear that somebody has already won. They win 4 games. And then I think the other thing too is we're gonna do a tiebreaker rule. So if we end up tying somehow 3-3-1 or something, then we're gonna shuffle all 77 cards together and play singleton that way.
Outstanding.
Yeah, the tiebreaker is all 77 cards shuffled together.
Yeah. All right. Well, gentlemen, good luck. Let's have some fun.
Cool. All right. Do you want to roll to see who starts first, I guess? I think you got to unmute and.
Okay. This definitely should be interesting, and this is something I've been looking forward to watching for a little while. So.
3. You got it?
Okay, so I'll be going first. You want to choose 1 through 7, which goes on the bottom, and we'll just order all
Yeah,
the
this
decks
should
now.
be this should
Oh, okay,
be
that's
pretty
fine.
sweet.
Let's go.
Oh,
5
Dave, you're
of 1,
not. You're still muted in our conversation.
then 3, then 2, then 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this. You know, it's. I feel like you know the origins of kind of Magic, where like, hey, you could play this short game in
Okay.
between games of D&D. You know, that's
5,
sort of like the commonly told
3,
story about where Magic
4.
kind of comes from. And I feel like formats like 7-Eleven are the thing that you can do in between games of that thing in between D&D.
Absolutely,
You know,
absolutely. Yeah.
You know, these games are quick. You know, there's not. You know, there's you only have 11 cards. There's not. You know, and my understanding, at least, I haven't watched too many of these games, but
We had
a lot of
one
games
earlier to
may
shuffle,
end
but
up
it's
in a
kinda
place
hard to
where you're
shuffle
just like,
11
well, let's
cards.
just kind of
Yeah.
figure out where does this kind of take us, right? We have all the cards
What Dave
available.
and I did
We've
was
seen them all.
choose a number,
You know, who wins this
and you
game,
count
and you can
off
kind of
that
just
many
move on to the
cards
next one. And,
into your hand, and then you
Yeah,
pick X
it
or
is.
as
It
your
is
deck.
exactly that. I mean, there are so
So you
many
can
ways
choose
to
any number
play this
between,
format. What they're going to be
0
doing
and
here
7.
tonight is
Okay.
playing
And then
through
I put
their
that
their
many into my hand,
stacks.
and the next
So
will go into my
they'll
deck.
play 7
Got it.
games. So
Okay.
each deck against each other deck.
2.
Um,
1, 2 into my hand.
and
1, 2, 3, 4 into my deck.
but
and
but
the
you
rest
don't
of
have to
them
do
falls in my
that.
hand.
Like you could have a stack of 77 cards, and like in
3.
between, you know, rounds at a normal event, you could say, hey, like let's play a couple games of this, and maybe you play
Yeah.
2 games. You know,
Go through your hand.
and
Okay.
you can
no
play.
mulligans,
They could play
so
this whole series of 7
we're just
within
going.
like half an hour, 45 minutes.
I will
Yeah.
I'm
Um,
curious to see if being on the
into a
play
fast bond.
or being on the draw actually
Into a
is
Hazelwood
the best
battleground.
benefit here.
Yep.
Fast Bond,
On the
Havenwood.
draw.
Hey,
Okay.
Draw.
interesting.
Um,
I imagine those sack lands are actually probably pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. They're
and Emerald.
acting kind of like a ritual.
Oh wow, Sean's on his power deck.
Well, that's one of the most amazing things about this format is choosing where each mox goes is actually like a huge part of the strategy. Because remember, this is unified. It's singleton unified, so you only get one of each mox, and you have to decide which deck they go into. Wow. Okay. I mean, I imagine this is the Channel Fireball deck from Sean. He's past the turn. So Jeff now can start plunking things down with Fast Bond,
Okay.
Ice Storm. Yeah, you'll see some disruption in the form of land destruction and artifact destruction in this format.
It's interesting he hit the mountain though. I wonder why he would hit the mountain.
Yep.
What's he afraid of there?
Yeah, I mean, I would just be more afraid of the forest with channel, right?
There's the channel. I think that's it. Yep.
Channel.
I mean,
The
again,
fireball.
it didn't matter. But,
And
Channel Fireball, chalk one up for Sean.
so yeah,
and
there's game one.
that's why we're playing all the games, because some of them are going to go this
So
quick.
I have lost, so I will go
That's-
first.
I think this is such a great spectator format too, because everyone like watching Old School Magic tonight just saw a Channel Fireball kill. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
despite these things existing in the 93-94 card pool, like you don't really see that
Choose
often
the number 0 through 7.
actually playing 93-94. And so here, like,
1,
there are
2,
just
3, 4,
it's just
5,
like
6,
completely different
7.
situations
Last
where
4 minutes.
these other combos and kind of different neat things about the card pool can really shine.
I've been a big fan of all the various
Let's go with 0.
sub old school formats that have kind of arisen in the last year or two. We're gonna show 1.5 a little later, and like in this format, I feel like a lot of it sort of gives a platform for sort of games that look a lot more like the games we played as kids.
Ruby.
At least for me, I haven't seen anyone channel Fireball anyone in a normal Atlantic or Pacific event in some time. I mean, I'm sure I've seen it.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
I definitely got Channel Fireballed at Old School Players Ball 2018 by Casey Grissom. That was awesome. I gave him a high five. I signed his channel. It was sweet. Okay, so this is Jeff's Tormod's Crypt Fountain of Youth deck. The idea is basically to kill with a rack, grind out Sean's library, and just grind out Sean's graveyard. But the graveyard fills up really quickly in this format, right? If you're only seeing 11 cards total.
Ooh,
This
You got
is
a
a mind
stone
twist.
rain and a
Now,
pack
I was just about to kind of ask the hypothetical question of like, how good is something like Mind Twist or Hymn to Turok or whatever? You only have so many cards, right? So if you actually hit two
So
things,
this is actually, in a weird
It's a
way,
big
this is
deal, right?
a rack mirror, but
oh wow,
there are two super different ways of building rack decks here. So Sean's on a more kind of like maisonette rack plan,
activate factory
where
and
Jeff
attack.
has this. He's engineered this kind of long
ahead.
game,
the
where
factory.
yeah, he has the factory to attack with.
Sorry.
He knows Sean is gonna run out of cards pretty quickly if he's mind twisting and stuff. He has some longevity with Fountain of Youth. He can crypt away the other stuff to stop any like draw 7 twister shenanigans or whatever. Sheldon's
Sinkhole.
Cane is also a thing in this format.
I take 2
Right.
from
Wow, the sinkhole for the
uh,
factory is an
rack.
amazing matchup.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
And, like these are really, I love both of these takes on. Sean's is more explosive, and Jeff's is more kind of built for the grindy long
Yeah.
game.
So I mean, I think Jeff kind of. How much does Fountain of Youth cost to
2.
activate? Is it
2 to
1 or
activate.
2?
You have 2.
2 in my
Yeah.
library. also.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can't use it right now, but assuming it's one more mana.
It's 2 to activate.
It's
Is
2
that
to
right?
activate. Yeah.
Yeah.
0 to cast and 2 to activate.
Mhm.
Yeah. So a 2 and tap to gain a life.
I will.
I love Jeff's Moxen. I love all the altars that he has, all the full art altars that he has.
Oh, so the full art marks, those are from Greg Titcomb, old school MTG on Instagram. He went to Urza's Chalice this year, one of the only and easily the greatest old school event in the year 2020 that happened in person.
I will discard my balance.
It was Greg brought these he brought these decks for everyone. Basically, he had Danny Friedman brew a Guardian Beast. The theme was like Guardian Beast in the woods. And
Look
he
at
passed
that
these-
sequence. So he can't get decked, but he goes Wheel of Fortune and then
so I
draws
take
the Hymn to
3.
Turok to get rid of the only 2 cards. So
And
Jeff cannot
you're
win
gonna
this
take 3
game.
turn, but I'm
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
go first.
That's actually interesting. Wheel is just a
Okay.
discard
I got it.
spell.
Okay.
Yeah.
In this.
Exactly.
So that's
Exactly.
another one for Sean.
That one goes to
Bobby
Sean.
25. This is an old school Magic format called 7-11. You have to have 7 11 card decks, and they're going to play all 7 of these decks.
Yeah.
You can't lose by decking.
Yeah, that's. That's what
And
we're
it
talking
is
about.
Yep. Sometimes you just
it is
And I had to.
Highlander Singleton, and it's unified constructed. So you can't switch cards among decks or anything because you have to have, it's just one card pool. And if you stacked up all 77 cards, it has to be one unique Highlander deck. So it was kind of a fun thing for old school Magic players, and it started out as like a 7-card Monty. What perfect 7-card hand could you draw? Turned in, cranked it up to 10 card, and now it's then it became 11 and 7 11-card decks. So here's what we got. That's the reason we got the 7-11 logo that is up on the screen right now.
A quick observation here. Sean, I think, has used 2 of the best decks in the format already. He's played the Channel Fireball deck. He's played like the Maisonette, like Mind Twist rack deck. I'm really excited to see what else is in Sean's stack. I didn't really look at the deck photos. Kind of hard to see with all the small cards because you're showing 77 cards, and you have to kind of array them into the micro decks, as it were. So I really want to see what else Sean has cooking up here. Jeff has a threat on the board, and in a stalemate, one creature could win the game.
This looks like a deck right up your alley.
I love Pendelhaven and I love Elves of Deep Shadow.
Pendelhaven, Elves of Deep Shadow, Land Destruction.
Oh,
What
wow.
I mean, what
So
is
if you're
not to love about this
destroying
deck?
2 lands, my money's on Jeff here because if you're destroying 2 lands of 11 cards, probably only 3 or 4 are mana sources.
Go ahead.
And that could be all the disruption that Jeff needs to win the game. Chain Lightning is an interesting card.
I think that's a plateau, just in case anyone can't.
Yeah,
can't click.
Felden's Cane.
Play a Plains.
I mean, my
4.
the burn aggro deck out of Sean, so maybe he's okay. Like maybe killing the lands isn't a huge
Alright,
deal.
go ahead.
I imagine there's probably a card he won't be able to cast
Draw.
now. Is probably what it comes down
Play
to.
a swamp.
But I don't think he's out of this. Him to Turok. All right. Whew. Discard
the end
seems
game
really,
here-
really powerful.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
But you don't have that many of them, right? There's one him and one mind twist, and that's all you get in all of your.
Your entire right,
all of
you
your seven
build
decks.
like one or 1.5 decks like
I'll
that
take 5
basically.
and 6.
That's all you get.
Mhm.
Chaos
Um,
and Shatter.
I mean, this is setting up
Go ahead.
really nicely for Jeff, right? Because he can just cane back his Elves of Deep Shadow and go on and win the game.
Chaos.
Play a Chaos Orb. Go ahead.
I will.
It's a Chaos Orb. That's another land destruction spell, basically.
Yeah.
Chaos Orb.
Yeah.
Okay.
For my turn.
So
Yeah,
Artifact
oh, Sean,
Blast.
Sean discarded a Granite Gargoyle and a Chaos Orb to that.
well, he
mind
but he
twist,
artifact
so-
blasted the Chaos Orb, which is pretty sweet.
End of your, or start of my turn. I'm gonna Felon's Cane.
Right, so now we're gonna cane.
Felon's Cane. Best, maybe one of the best cards in 7-Eleven.
100%.
Yeah.
Used to
Cane,
be.
Cane is a
used to be.
Cane is somewhere in
restricted.
your 77
Yeah.
for sure.
Draw.
Back when I first started
I'm gonna
playing
play a
Magic,
strip
it was
mine.
restricted.
Okay.
It was that good.
And a Guardian Beast.
Guardian Beast. Wow.
Nice.
Oh, so this is a
pass.
Guardian Beast Chaos Orb deck.
Tap.
Oh, he took this deck from me.
I
Whatever.
will
That's fine.
strip mine your plateau.
Get a white.
in our first ever match, he was like,
Okay.
"Oh yeah, that's a good idea."
I need to attack for one.
Now it seemed
I'm not
obvious.
gonna attack.
Okay.
I'll play a Chaos Orb.
Oh, there it
I
is.
will.
Yeah.
activate the
There it is,
He
combo
keeps it
assembled.
on your
That's
plates.
Yep.
He can't kill the orb.
Okay.
Here we go.
Excuse
There
me.
you go.
Oh,
Go
I'm
ahead.
digging. I'm digging Jeff's pajamas there.
Oh, I like that end game though from Sean. We didn't get to see it play out,
I
but
only got one.
um,
got one.
but it was Aeoli Pile and Argivian Archaeologist.
Yep.
So he does have like a long
That's pretty
term.
sweet.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I
Well, we
like that
got
sneaky artifact
3 games in the
blast. If you
books,
had
and we
gotten
got
my Felon's Cane with that.
I
you
know.
know,
I had
we
my
got
turn too late.
4 more to go.
But I had a Shatter and a Divine Offering also.
Yeah, they're fun. Our I don't want to say like our champion because there's no champion of 7-Eleven, but I imagine like Jeff Liu probably has thought about this format more than anyone else.
Killed my 2 lands.
Yep.
So this deck, that one doesn't have any recursion. And it's kind of a similar one, so I have an
Studio
Archaeologist
Heads, thank you
there,
for
and then
joining the stream. I appreciate it.
Oh, nice.
Then Aeliopile and the Chaos Orb.
Okay. 0 through 7.
I think we have someone requesting to see the 77 versus 77 match or game.
I want to see it
Regardless
too.
of the outcome.
1, 2, 3.
It does sound pretty fun, actually. That kind of reminds me of I don't know how many of you had done this or heard of other people doing this, but when they first got into Magic during the 90s, they kind of just shuffled a bunch of cards together, and you kind of had just like one giant 5-color pile, and you kind of didn't know any better.
I walk turn.
I imagine that's probably what that kind of ends up feeling like.
I will play a Volcanic.
Yep.
And Time Twister.
Got another
Ooh.
powerful deck out of Sean.
Okay.
Okay.
And I have just 7 cards total left, so I'm just going to take them all.
Yeah, so this isn't as broken as the Nightmare 99 format because of the number of decks that you get to play, but it is definitely reminiscent of that Nightmare 99 format.
Go ahead.
Draw.
I imagine I see some matches though where they like neither one of them has power left because we've kind of seen I think most of Sean's power after this game is over.
Right.
So there's going to be some games without any power for sure.
Island.
Was the Jet in the Mind Twist rack deck? Probably, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
Island.
Yep.
Time Walk.
Yep.
I love the concept of the Archaeologist alien pile. Oh, so this is like a little Twiddle Vault deck with the
And tap.
Cool.
the Twister.
City of Brass.
Yep.
Where does this go though?
Yep.
I have to
Take
wonder.
extra turn.
How does it?
How does it win?
Yeah.
Regrowth
So he
Time
can
Twister.
keep
He's
twistering
gonna
back.
regrowth. He's just gonna keep on doing this cycle over and over again.
Oh, he can just. Okay, I see. Oh, and then he bolts.
It's a bolt, yeah.
Yeah,
So he
and
just
then
twisters,
you reshuffle. Right.
infinitely twisters and bolts, yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Tap.
I mean, unless Jeff has a,
Regrowth.
Yeah, and because of
Nice. Yeah.
because he played
That's
out his
cool.
whole hand, he's gonna end up doing the same thing over and over again.
yep, I think that's
Yep.
it.
Yep. He just takes infinite turns and bolts them every
He
time.
bolts and
Does
then
Jeff-
he twiddles.
Does Jeff have a
Choose my
force
hand
spike
first.
hiding in
0
this
through 7.
in this stack or what?
He must, or he would have considered.
Wouldn't you scoop by now?
1,
Like
2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Maybe he's letting everyone watch.
Twiddle.
That could be.
let's see how it works. Love Sean's
That's a cool end game, though. I like it.
Yep.
Bolt, bolt.
Disney villain lightning bolts.
My time walk turn.
Is
Sean's
that
collection.
Scar?
Is that Scar?
And
Yeah.
you can go
Yeah.
infinite like this, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I remember seeing Lion King in the movie theater.
3-1-U.
Yeah, that was a really cool little combo
And
that
you
he
don't
had
even know
going
what
on
my deck
there.
was. Well, you scored an island.
All right, so that's
I know,
is it
I-
3-1 for
It
Sean?
is 3-1 for Sean.
He won with the Channel Fireball deck. He won with the Rack deck. He won with the Twister Twiddle Vault deck, and Guardian Beast got there for Jeff.
But
so
he's
this-
pretty
now
much
we're
out of
coming into-
power now. I think
I
we
forgot
haven't
what was in
seen
rest of
the
deck, so
Ancestral
I
yet.
needed Time Twister again for me to
Right.
see the rest of my deck. I was like, do I have any odds for
Maybe
this?
there's a Mox floating around.
Ancestral is not the powerhouse in this format that it is.
Oh, yeah.
In
Right.
normal old school, it's not. There's a couple things that you can do with it, like it can make your turn one
0
kill
through 7.
decks maybe more consistent if you load more power into them. Like you can dig you deeper if you're missing your channel or your fireball and on turn one.
Same to you.
6.
But you have to devote a lot of power to that deck, in addition to the ancestral, what you're normally doing in order to make it work. So ancestral's not even necessarily going to be in one of these.
Yeah, that could be.
See,
Actually,
Has
if you think
anyone
about
ever
Time
come
Twister-
back from a 3-1 deficit? Is this like the NBA?
If you think about Time Twister in this format too, it's essentially just a,
Time
a
Walk.
shuffle effect. You really have. I mean, it's not doing very much else for you, right? I mean,
Right,
you
right.
get a new hand, but really you're playing it for the fact that it shuffles, and
Mhm.
I don't think you play for any other reason.
All right, so this is big game from Jeff here. Soul Ring Jet is a huge commitment
Mind Twist
to
for
this. That's a Mind Twist, right?
Yeah, because he
So
went.
that's a huge
I
commitment
went-
to this deck.
He went underground, sea, jet,
2, 3,
and
4, 5, 6,
Soul
7.
Ring, and then
1 through
Time
5.
Walk into a huge
Soul Ring.
Twister. So.
Pearl.
Yeah.
Island.
It's a Mind Twist for
Okay.
5.
Oh yeah, Mind
or
Twist.
for
Sorry.
4.
Yeah.
Draw.
For 4.
Yeah,
Savannah.
that's brutal.
Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of mana in Sean's
There's
graveyard
a
now. right?
Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah, I mean it's entirely possible that Sean can't enact his plan.
I want to point out this is the second
4.
Fountain of Youth we've seen. There's a Fountain of Youth in Sean's graveyard now.
Another
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
here we go.
That's a him, right?
Draw.
Yeah.
That is
No, that's
another void.
Another void.
Another void.
Draw.
Oh, I thought it was like the weird dinner him.
4.
Oh, okay.
Mana Vault.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Draw.
Man, that's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's-
mana.
Mana Vault is just to power out the Mind Twist also. I don't think he has another use for it.
Yeah.
Draw.
And then what is it? There's like a. No, he's already played. Jeff's already played Factory. I wonder what his.
Already played Factory, he's already played Rack, so where is this going?
Hypnotic Spectre.
Hypnotic
hippie.
Spectre.
Go
It's the
ahead.
hippie, sure.
That'll get the job done.
The old 5-mana hippie for the win. Yeah.
No, 6.
6.
Yep, you got it.
6, yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's still good at 6 mana apparently. So
Got all my mana.
That's it, right? Yep. All right, so chalk one up for Jeff.
And there goes Sean's
Your lead
balance.
self.
There was a balance in that.
Balance, yeah.
That deck.
All right.
So that's the Mind Twist deck for Jeff.
Mhm.
So commonly paired with obviously Jet, Soul Ring, Mana Vault.
We spent a little bit of time out
Haven't
here
had
on the West Coast
anything that
playing
came close to
some
a draw yet,
revised
so
40. It's different
Oh,
than
yeah.
like the league format that I think was the Northern Paladins put together.
1 through
Um,
4, 0 through 7.
But it was very like degenerate and broken, and balanced decks and Mind Twist decks were a thing, and it was really kind of a similar sort of a format where you played it between your other matches, right? And a few of these games are sort of reminiscent of that, of like, oh, the one deck did its thing, let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quick and painless.
All right.
Sometimes you just want to play the Maisonette like balanced rack deck, right? Like you just want to, rack somebody into the Stone Age, and that's like whenever people are like, "Hey, why don't you guys play the the historical banned and restricted list from 1994?" I'm like,
Go ahead.
sure, let's. I'll play Maisonette balance. Like that's perfect. Yeah, let's do it.
I heard Mana Drain likes that when you can play 4 of it. So.
Absolutely, unrestrict balance and Mana Drain, you cowards.
Oh, Taiga, Lotus, Channel,
And restrict Dingus Egg.
Oh man,
There's another Channel
Fireball.
Fireball.
Are we going to? Are they tied now?
They are tied now.
Yeah, this
We
is
are
so
going
exciting.
to Game 7 as a tie.
All right, so now
Three,
it's
three.
game
All right,
so
chat.
exciting.
We might get it.
Down to
We
the-
might get that
down to
awesome
the-
tiebreaker.
This format's so much fun. All right, so what is? I mean, they're gonna go fast here. We probably won't even have a chance to look at their stacks to figure out what's left. We'll just be surprised, I guess.
Yeah.
But now
You're
we've
on the
seen. I mean,
For the
we've seen a lot of
critical
super
game.
powerful stuff from both of them. So who has? That's like the unified nature of this. Like who has enough,
I'll choose
powerful
3.
tricks still in the tank?
Right.
You can do 3 also.
Might see something pretty interesting here.
I like the unified construction aspect of it too. It makes it really interesting from a deck building perspective to have to make all those decisions. It's really it's really fascinating part of the whole thing.
Go ahead.
Swords flying man.
Oh.
Sword is that guy? All right.
21.
Okay. Draw.
And the thing is, their decks have matched up fairly well against each other. Like, one deck has been just like the complete,
Island. Go ahead.
antithesis of the other deck. It's just so weird how that luck of the random draw has been. I mean, how many matches would it have
Island,
happened where that Swords of
Mox
Plowshares
Emerald?
would have been absolute garbage?
I
Right.
will
Yeah.
Spell Blast Mox Emerald.
No, that's the funniest. The funnest part is like seeing how your cards
Combo.
match up against the other person's
Force
stack. This is a
Oh,
control deck.
Wow.
Ooh, Force
Go ahead.
Spike. Control
That-
against combo.
So he spell blasted the Mox too.
Island.
Yeah.
That was the first thing, right?
It's really cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, Sean's definitely got the upper hand here.
Beldon's Cane.
Oh, and he can cane back all of his control pieces. Ho, 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 ho.
Draw.
Ah, man.
I have to ask that I don't remember the lists offhand, but does Jeff's deck have like Serendip in it maybe or something?
Yeah, I'm
not.
not sure.
Ebon Stronghold.
Okay.
That,
Ebon
uh,
Stronghold.
Wow.
Black-
Okay, black mana.
Is that Black Sackland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Say what you will about Fallen Empires, but there's definitely some nice little gems in that set for things like this.
Oh yeah, for
Mine
sure.
Evan Stronghold.
I don't know. I think Fallen
No.
Empires adds a ton of play.
Pass.
Yeah, it's not just about the Hymnotorox and the Pump Knights
Step.
Okay.
in the Darrellors. There's definitely some nice stuff in there. I mean, it's not definitely the same power level of a lot of old school
Twiddle.
cards, but
Your
What's he got here?
He cast a Twiddle. I don't know what you know. Yeah, Twiddle the Tundra.
Whittled is white mana.
draw.
Yeah.
Bayou. Time Twister.
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 and of course there's
Counterspell.
a counter spell.
Yep.
Oh,
Go ahead.
And that one has Darth Vader on it.
I mean,
I'm going to,
maybe this.
if I'm Sean, I might have caned at the end of that turn.
I think maybe he's caning on the upkeep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Um,
one,
not
two,
looking good
three,
for Jeff
four,
here.
5, 6 cards left.
But there were no ways to end the
Okay, what do I do
game
with them?
out of Sean so far, right?
You can just
So whatever
we-
the
we
card
haven't-
is left in his hand is.
you haven't
must
seen
be-
it.
Drop
Sean's
He's-
win condition in this deck is
Oh,
Mishra's
yeah,
Factory.
Let's take out-
Just a factory. There it is. There's a white. Yeah, the Winter
we go.
Factory.
untap.
So if Jeff has an answer to that, that's a regrowth. Ooh,
Go ahead.
Okay.
Draw.
there's a lot of counter spells in that deck though.
Yep.
Hmm.
I will just pass.
Untap. Try to Time Twister.
Counter.
Cast it.
Yep, that's
Counter
game.
spell.
Yeah. If you have factory.
Factory.
My last card was
Stat.
Underworld Dreams.
Oh, there's an Underworld Dreams.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
I see.
I guess though. Well, I'll just.
Oh, it's like an Underworld Dreams Twister.
Because I can recur.
about-
Makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
That's
I
cool.
can't recur
That's
the
cool.
Flying Man because you said
Are they going
Ah.
to play the
the
77
decks
card
you didn't get to see.
No.
thing anyway?
Well, let's chat. I'd love to hear their thoughts. Let's chat with them a bit.
Sure.
Oh, my Mishra's Workshop Basalt Monolith Implements of Sacrifice deck. That was the one
Okay.
you went on Island with.
Uh-huh.
And then you didn't get to see the Eureka Lichmere.
What's that?
And then you didn't get to see the Eureka
Eureka
Lichmere
Lichmere.
deck.
Okay, yeah, you didn't see my Eureka deck either, which is Eureka, Ollie
Yeah.
from Cairo, Spectral Cloak.
Yeah,
Eureka
Jeff has
Lichmere.
Eureka Lich in one of his decks. That is amazing.
Oh, that's a great way of winning a game.
So you got it?
Man,
Yeah.
that was a
Playing
tight
Eureka,
series, guys.
Eureka,
That was
Ollie
super fun to
from Cairo,
watch.
Spectral Cloak. Getting
Nice.
Yeah.
Ali from Cairo, Spectral Cloak.
Yeah, you really did the format justice, I think.
What's that, Rich?
Ali from Cairo and Spectral Cloak. All kinds of fun stuff going on there. Armageddon Clock.
I think you saw. I guess you destroyed my balance deck, but you at least saw what it was.
Yeah. You did the same to my balance deck.
Yeah.
We just couldn't draw balance before.
No one got to see Darksphere. The power of Darksphere is still not known to the community.
Oh, protect your deck.
Dark Sphere for the win.
So, what did you think, Sean? What are your
Can't hear you,
what are
Dave.
your You can't hear me?
Uh-oh.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
So what did you think, Sean? Your first time playing the format?
It's like it's how I thought it would be, and also not how I thought it would be. So like when you're building these decks, it's really easy to just sort of assume you're going to have a great hand every time, and sometimes you do, like, and you just go off, and other times you don't, and you have to kind of find a line that like makes it work. Let me change my camera too here. So yeah, it was a lot of fun though. Like I really like that. It's quick. Like you kind of do your thing, or you don't do your thing, and then it's like over, and now it's time for the next match with the next set of decks. And so it's something that I like is that you do get to play a lot of decks and a lot of cards, and so you don't sort of have time to like, you know, regret did you sideboard the right way or not or whatever.
Right,
it's just
right.
Like, on to the next, like keep going.
Yeah, you don't wallow on the like, oh, turn one you beat me. Okay, next deck, it's fine.
Because we both have turn one decks, right? And so like sometimes
Yeah.
you just get got, right?
Yeah, but you have a short memory and a short attention span, and you're just kind of on to the next thing, and it's not a big a deal.
And you can't feel bad about losing to Channel Fireball with an 11-card deck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just gonna happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think adding the 11th card actually matters quite a bit in making the decks just a tiny bit less consistent. And so they do have that much more play to them, and that's an interesting dynamic.
It actually was important too. The extra space was needed. So the Time Vault deck that I played, it actually the minimum number of cards it can have and still function is 11 cards.
Mm-hmm.
I tried. Actually had for a while. I had a fast bond in there, which makes it go faster. But you actually don't have enough extra mana to be able to cast your lightning bolts. And so like, you know, there's just not a great other win condition. Maybe Factory could be worked in or something. But like, and then on the flip side, going to 12 cards. So the 12th best card for like 4 of these decks was Crumble. But I actually didn't run Crumble in anything just because none of the decks quite wanted it enough.
Right.
The closest one was in the Eureka Ollie Spectral Ali deck was either Avoid Fate or Crumble, and I went with Avoid Fate because I felt like that's a combo deck. What I want to do is play my combo and then be able to protect it, not like randomly crumble a Mox or some other win condition artifact. So
Yeah, in my Time Twister Regrowth deck, that's why I went with Flying Men, because once you're going, you don't need the extra mana, unlike the Lightning Bolt. But I wanted 2 win conditions in most of my deck, so I had Flying Men and Underworld Dreams. and the hope was Evan Stronghold could cast it, and then I could replay the Evan Stronghold once I'm recurring. But yeah, that one's a little tough.
All right, back to the laboratory with that. Are you happy, Jeff? Your creation has come to life.
Some people get to see it, and yeah, maybe more people will play. I'm sure it's the type of thing where you can't play it forever, but every once in a while, it's a nice, quick little thing to try out.
Yeah, this is like the perfect format for those between match lulls, and like once we can eventually have IRL tournaments again. Because you could also play 3-11 or 5-11 or 2-11,
exactly.
or whatever. You just size it to make the amount of time that you have available.
Well, even if you
like play with proxies and like whatever, like it's even more of sort of a joke format than old school in general. And so just put proxies in your deck and have fun.
Even if you find each other in a real life tournament and there's like 5 minutes left in a round or whatever, you can get 1 or 2 games in of this.
Yeah,
so
sure.
you know, it's definitely good.
If you're walking around with a pack of 7, you can also find someone even if they don't have any decks. Just be like, here's 11 cards, let's play.
Yeah.
Yeah, the games are super fast, and like you said, you can just play first to 4. You can play only one set of decks. All of it works, so it's all fine. And like half of my, not half, but a fair number of mine were proxies, as it was obvious, like the Soul Ring and stuff. So it's nice to be able to keep a set of decks like this together for once we can play more in person again.
Yeah, and I proxied Ali just because I haven't. I ordered one, but it's not here yet. And then a Dark Sphere, because who has Dark Sphere in their actual collection?
I do.
An Armageddon Clock, because I couldn't find in my giant box of revised craft. I couldn't find an Armageddon Clock. So.
Yeah, I wanted to play Dark Sphere, but I couldn't bring myself to proxying it in Dark Sphere, so I just cut it in my deck.
It's like a $5 card. I don't know who's playing this card, but it's $5.
Who's paying for it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a $5. I mean, I ordered one too. I ordered all the cards I proxied, but yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe it's reserved. It's only ever printed in the dark.
Yeah.
Maybe it's reserved list or something.
I think people use them as they black out the name and the art, and they use them as like Mox proxies or something because of the zero casting cost.
And it's an artifact. Yeah.
That's probably that's the best use for it that I can think of before this format. Anyway. Well, guys, thanks.
So I had Fork in my Channel Fireball deck specifically as anti-Dark Sphere tech.
That is great. In both of you guys used what was a Fountain of Youth in a deck as well.
Yeah.
Another zero cost artifact.
Yeah. That one's actually pretty good. I mean, because it's repeatable effect, so you can just gain as much life as you need off of it. And mine with that, the main win condition is Copper Tablet. So you just eventually kill them.
Yep. When I played an earlier match, my Fountain of Youth against Fanta, it was great because I matched up against this Channel Fireball deck, and I went first and gained a life. So he couldn't Channel Fireball me out. And he was like, "Uh-oh, you're at 21."
That's great. That is great.
Well, thanks so much for doing this, guys. This is
thanks
a blast
a lot,
to watch.
guys. Thanks for the demonstration, and thanks for allowing us to broadcast these games, because that was really fun.
Yeah, our pleasure.
Thanks,
Jeff, for making the format. It's a lot of fun. All right, later, guys.
Yeah.
Take care.
See you guys.
All right.
So once again, we're just going to take a quick break, plug my stuff. My regular scheduled stream is every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, so please don't forget to follow. Watch my stream. I play 3 rounds of Old School Magic every single Tuesday night with the Northern Paladins as part of the Tuesday Night Gauntlet. Tomorrow is LobstercoM. Tomorrow's the main event, so I will be playing all of my matches on camera. So if you could join the stream for that, and I will be flipping over to the main stream as well. In
Paul, you've got some background noise.
You can watch those
from,
matches as well. Right now we've got for LobstercoM. We are raising money for the charity roomtogrow.org. If you go to go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM, you can buy raffle tickets for a bunch of cool things. $5
yeah, it's a
each.
little bit better.
Sorry, $5 gets you 10
Sorry,
raffle
we're,
tickets.
we got
And
the nice
you can
Templar
win
weekly
some
F&M
pretty
going
cool
on.
things,
So.
and the money
Nice.
goes
Yeah, actually,
to
it's a lot
a
better
really
now.
good cause.
So whatever you did.
If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can just donate
Yeah, I
if you
tried
don't
going off
want
this.
to.
Evidently, it defaulted to something else.
Put money
Yeah.
towards the raffles. You can donate any amount of money that you wish.
Sweet, we waiting
You
on
could donate it
Tappan?
under your name, or you can donate
Top's
it
here.
anonymously.
Top, can you,
So far, we've raised
turn
over
your-
$4,000, and we're hoping that we
Yeah,
can
he's gotta
raise
turn his video
even
on.
more money
Okay.
Don't see video,
for a great cause. So next up, we've got Old School 1.5. So
Those are fun games, man.
It was
I was
gentlemen,
really excited to watch that.
Old School 1.5. Now, it's not the same as the old format that was 1.5. It's just something a little bit different. What can you tell us about 1.5?
So Toppin just Toppin had to leave the room. He's having some tech issues, but
Yep, no,
he'll
that's
be
fine.
back in a second. And actually, Top is the best person to interview about this because this is definitely his baby. Since the beginning of the year, there have been what is it now, Mike? Like 3 or 4 different 1.5 events. One was in person in Santa Cruz, and then since then there have been like 2 or 3 online events.
Yeah, we've done four total. The first one was a local one that we did. We probably had close to 20 people because there's some there's a handful of people down in Santa Cruz where Top is from, and then there's a handful of beasts up in the more like Bay Area proper, and so we all kind of meet in Santa Cruz and play an event a couple times a year, and so yeah, we ran kind of, I would say it was more like the early explorations of the format when we had that Santa Cruz meetup, and the band list doesn't look like what what you're seeing here on the Twitch feed. But it's sort of it's evolved over time as we've run these online events, and Top would have to remind us how many people are in the event that we're that
He says 56.
Paul and Top are playing the finals
Yeah.
for, but I want to say it's like 56, right? Yeah. There's a lot of people, and I will say I love this format. It's awesome. It feels. I think in the past I've probably said something somewhere that Singleton felt a lot like playing Magic when I was a kid, but this Type 1.5 really does a lot for me in that exact same direction. You've got no power. A bunch of the things you commonly see in your traditional old school 93, 94 format are not allowed. You can see that on the screen here. There's a bunch of stuff that you usually see: Serendipity Freeze, Black Vice decks, Truck and Mind Twist. All these things. They're just not present. So it's a much more just kind of even playing field. There's less swingy, weird things happening. Where one person kind of just wins because they have library or whatever's going on. So it really does feel kind of a lot closer to.
No, absolutely. And those are the two things that I love about this whole project. One is exactly that, like you get to dig deeper in the card pool, and the games are slower, so it really does feel more like quote unquote old school, lowercase o, lowercase s would feel, back in the day. The other thing that I've really enjoyed is watching this thing evolve. Toppin and the rest of the beasts and the other folks kind of giving him input that he sort of has almost like a little steering committee basically for the format. What I've really appreciated is the commitment to the evolution and to the experiment, and to, aggressively adding things to the ban list, especially early on, and just kind of letting this thing shake out, seeing what the best decks are, and then nerfing them, and then seeing what else evolves. So it's been this kind of it's not a static format at all. It's been this very organic kind of I don't know, almost kind of like team project, basically, like this enterprise to do this together. So if you've had the fortune of being able to play in multiple webcam events, You've kind of been part of this journey, and it's been a really neat thing to watch. Because what else do we have to do this year anyway, right?
And what's been nice is
Yeah, I
that
mean,
there've been
the
a
thing I would
bunch of
say
different
is
formats
that
that have come out.
go ahead,
Like,
Rich.
with like the 7-Eleven that we just saw, this 1.5, Paladin Magic, and then there's another new format where basically everything is allowed as as four ofs or whatnot. So COVID has definitely given us some good things when it comes
Yeah.
to old school Magic.
And that's really one of the nice things about Magic in general, and kind of what I think is sort of the genius of the creation of Magic, right? Is that you have kind of all these playing pieces, and really how you as a group agree to assemble them, and what formats you create is kind of up to you, and it kind of leads you to essentially unlimited options, right? And you get all these different variations of Magic, and they all have a different feel to them, and just a very different aspects are more apparent when you play one format versus another, and I think that's a really great
One of
thing
the things I
about
want to chime in about, you guys were talking about the band list for Type 1.5. So there's been 3 online events. There's one in April, one in I think June, and then this last one in August. The band list changed from the April one to the June and August. So like keeping 2 back-to-back events with the same band list has been really interesting to see how the decks like start evolving. There are a lot of really interesting decks in the last Type 1.5 that there's been some really interesting tweaks and iterations either to combat those or to further advance that now that the band list stayed the same. And having conversations within the top 16 with different opponents, I had one opponent tell me that he really felt that Giant Growth was like one of the most powerful cards in a format. So like any format where somebody that's playing in a top 8, top 16 feels like Giant Growth is potentially overpowered and deserving of banning, like that's probably a format that's doing something right.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, Giant
Yeah,
Growth is a
and
good
one other
card
thing
anyway.
I thought I would mention, since we don't have Toppin to kind of talk about his baby, I'll try and fill in the blanks here as best I can. But I think the intent is not really to iteratively get to some final iteration of the format, right, and then be done. I think a lot of the motivation behind the format is to keep it interesting, right? And if you think about traditional old school formats, we're kind of at a place where it's like roughly what the expected good decks are, right? And there's things you can kind of do within those. Maybe you throw in a few different cards. You think a lot of people will play deck X versus deck Y, that kind of thing. Or maybe you play for the Spice Prize and you're building some other deck. But there's kind of a lot to be said about sort of having an old school format where we switch up the actual band list more periodically to simply encourage change, and I think that's a big motivator behind the format. If Top is here, then he can pick up the mantle from me. But I think that's kind of one of the big motivating factors. Making sure that it's fun to play, and that cards that aren't really fun to play against when your opponent casts them, that those things are kind of put to the wayside. Let's try something else.
I just want you to work. My God, please.
Top, we can hear you. And
Yeah.
Please work. We're so close. I've been working on this. My God, just give me 1 second. I'm almost there.
All right. Well, I mean, something was bound to go wrong with the stream eventually, right? So it's all good.
I'm almost there.
It's all good. All right.
Okay,
So
cool.
why don't we take? I've got to use the bathroom. So why don't we take a quick break? I'll roll the information for the donations and whatnot, and then
Sounds good.
We'll come back in a couple of minutes. So everybody stick around. And if you haven't gone to the website, it's go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM. You can donate to a good cause. You can possibly win something in any of these raffles. Roomtogrow.org is just a wonderful resource for a lot of different things. If you don't want to put money into any of the raffles, then you can scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page and just click that blue donate button. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, everybody, and we will be back in a few moments. All right, everybody, we're back. Thank you for bearing with us with our technical difficulties. I think we got it all straightened out right now. So we are going to watch some old school 1.5 action going on right now. So we've got Paul Fier on the left, Tappan Lockwood on the right, and we are going to play some games. So have at it, gentlemen. Good luck.
I feel obligated to mention Paul's, playing surface.
Yeah, good to finally play you, Paul. I think we've always been split in our groups at all the other tournaments. So
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. I always in and around each other, but never had the chance to play. So it'll. What better time than now?
I know. It feels like we've also been flirting a little bit in each one of these, a little bit deeper and deeper into the knockout rounds and stuff like that. So I'm glad to see you here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the first one I was really just like
Doing some
trying to
settings.
spice
Okay.
hard, but regrowth wasn't
Well,
That's cool.
it was bound to happen. It's all good. We had we had a little bit of a goof, but we got some magic going now. So
Yeah, glad we got a hold of the top and figured it out. I wanted to make sure that this didn't get lost. Now that we're back, this match is not just an exhibition match. This is literally the finals for the current Type 1.5 tournament that Toppin and the Beasts have been running these past several weeks. So these are live bullets. These guys both really want to win this match.
Yeah, for sure.
There are stakes here. Insofar as there are ever stakes, in old school. But, just so everyone knows.
Overall, do you remember?
Yeah, I actually lost to Paul in our top 16 match. His deck is very good. Blue green red, kind of aggressive burn deck. It's got a lot of the cards you kind of expect. But he was talking about giant growth earlier a little bit, and giant growth's a real good card, especially when there's no bolts, right? There's chain lightning but no bolts, so you can kind of freely take advantage of that moment to giant growth creature and not have to worry about a lightning bolt. But yeah, a lot of cool cards. It's a pretty good deck, I think. And Toppin, he's on actually what seemed to be a relatively common archetype in this particular tournament for some weird reason. It's like a blue-black-red, very black heavy, aggressive mid-rangey kind of a deck with a lot of burn spells. So it'll be an interesting matchup, I think, for sure. And there's kind of a lot going on there. There's a lot of burn from both sides. There's a lot of creatures from both sides. That'd be pretty interactive, actually.
any deck that's running Sulkanar the Swamp King has got my vote.
I love
So.
it, man. That's a really beautiful flank. And fitting for a pirate.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite creatures in all of Magic. And I think it's just from my childhood because I had a Chronicles one when I was a kid, and I remember really just caring about that card. It was very cool, and to this day I still love Richard Kane Ferguson artwork. It's
5/5 for 5, Swamp Walk, gaining a life.
Yep. Yeah.
And what more could you want?
Right.
Looks good to me. Yeah. A little bit blurry, but
it blocks Dewzom.
That's true.
You gain a life when they cast the Dewzom too.
That's right. Yeah. It doesn't kill you like Dewzom does, so that's good.
Right.
I gotta go back.
Yeah, it does always have the downside of it dies to both blasts, right? That's its real downfall.
Yeah. Which is huge.
But yeah, it is huge. But in this format, like I was mentioning before, you don't have all of the really commonly played cards accessible to you in this format, right? So there's no bolts. I think Terror is played a lot more in this than you see otherwise, and it doesn't die to Terror. Stuff like that. So there's things to kind of consider. And I think really when you've I think when you kind of first get into old school, it's really easy to kind of say, oh yeah, I really just want to play all these old broken cards because now I have them, and it's it's kind of it's why we're here, right? But eventually you've kind of played a lot of games of that, and sometimes you just want to do something different. And this is one of those formats, and I wouldn't dismiss it out of hand. I would give it a try one of these times. It really is a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. People who haven't tried it are always like taken aback by the ban list, and they just kind of like I don't know, dismiss it out of hand, which I think is stupid. I think maybe those people just haven't played enough old school, or I don't know. Don't knock until you try it, kind of thing. And it's not like we're only playing 1.5, for the rest of our lives. It's not like 1.5 isn't going to change, from its current form. It's certainly, for all we know, Toppin could announce the next set of bannings, tonight. It's been known to happen. I don't know. The way I see it is like the 93-94 community now is such a wonderful, we have this amazing cohesive community based on playing with these old cards, we've kind of like found our people. And like regular 93, 94, whether it's whatever, Swedish, EC, Atlantic, Pacific, like that's sort of the base camp. And then groups of us can kind of have these experiments. We can go out on these editions, and we can have adventures. And the kind of regular 93, 94 tournaments are kind of like the home base that we always come back to, but like the number of side quests that we can kind of launch, whether it's in the 93, 94 card pool or other things like Ice Age Alliances or the Scrying's adventure that was launched last winter. Like there's just like an endless number of adventures that we can have with the community that we've built, because we all are here because we love these old cards so much.
Right.
Right.
So Paul Mulligan to 5 while that was happening, and then a couple of quick shout outs to the stream. I want to thank DJ Sir Loki for the donation, and I want to thank Pez Unholy for joining the stream and donating a gift sub. So I definitely appreciate it, guys. All right, so Ritual.
Yeah, so Paul had to mold a 5, but at least he had a Chan Lightning in that 5 because he needed that answer to the turn 1 hippie. Turn 1 hippie is like one of the most powerful openers that you can have in this format. I mean, Ritual is one of the mana acceleration effects that has not been banned yet.
Another hippie.
There it is. What you gonna do about this one, Paul?
Yes. I mean, he has a lot of ways to kill a hippie, to be fair.
He does.
He has side blasts and chains and stuff, right?
So it's a 2/3, and then unstable that.
Unstable mutation.
All right.
After pumping it.
Crack.
All right, so
Crack for
swing for 5.
Swing for 5. Oh God, I love Pendelhaven so much. Have I mentioned that? Toppin's so old school. He's moving his glass counters on the playmat there.
Yeah.
Show his life.
That's got to be my favorite playmat.
He's got his whiteboarded hippie and his hideous mismatched lands. Like this feels like Playground. In 1995 or whatever.
What do we get? Oh, it's a land. Okay. I don't think Paul cares about that.
Paul in his rocking chair with his plank on his lap, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of a precarious suspension that Paul has there. If we have a generous view of his crotch, we have the plank with the X marks the spot.
Yeah, the scrib sprites, and we'll attack
an enormous die for the -1/-1 counter on that Llanowar Elf, essentially obscuring the card entirely.
Right, is there some die envy going on right there? The size of his die?
I think so, yeah.
Less good for 2 reasons. Let's go land for turn.
I have to give Paul credit, though. He has really gone just 100% in on the whole pirate theme.
Yes.
And I appreciate it every time I see it. Like I've seen him do it in person. I see it here. It's great. I can't love it enough. It's great.
Oh, he's committed to the aesthetic, and that's what we love about him.
I mean, he hasn't cut off his hand and put a hook on there, or cut off his leg and gotten a peg leg.
Don't give him any ideas.
He's like 90% committed, but he hasn't gone 100. Fine.
Oh, there's the big man.
Serendip Jin.
Nice.
Big man from Sri Lanka.
I love that creature.
All right, does he have any islands in play?
Well, he's got 2 dual lanes on the table.
Yeah, they're just kind of.
I think it's 2 tropicals in the middle there.
They're altered in trops. Okay, yeah.
I really like that attack though, because you know that he's just not going to block with his hippie, so you might as well just attack, and then afterwards play the Jin.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Sure.
What is this that? So is this a?
No blocks.
Is this a drain life off a dark ritual? Is that what we're representing here?
Is that what we're holding up here?
Yeah.
Whatever it was, Paul didn't.
Yeah, he didn't want to see what it was. He
didn't want to explore.
So I have a couple of triggers.
Would that have done it to?
Yeah. Yeah,
With the
6
Jin on
mana.
the
Yeah,
Would've
6
been
mana.
for-
Yeah.
it would have been
Yeah.
6 mana. Done it for
With the
4.
counter,
So.
the Jin comes up.
Huh.
I'm gonna, with that trigger on the stack, I'm gonna use Pendlehaven.
He gets to pump up that.
We're gonna
He gets to
throw
pump something with a
that
Pendlehaven before sacking it.
at the script sprites. So the script sprites is a 2/3.
It's a good
and
point.
then the Jin will
Yep.
get the Pendlehaven.
Yep.
Draw for turn.
So my favorite
Rumble,
combo of
Rumble,
cards
and-
with Serendip Jin is
The whole thing's done.
Spirit
So
Link.
the elf is a 1/1 again, right?
Yeah, Elf is a
Yes.
1/1 again.
So he can just, and he could just block the
one card in
sprite
hand.
and let the elf
One in
die
hand,
next turn.
Script sprites has
Yeah.
Pendlehaven. Pump.
Yep.
You definitely can't drain life.
So top is at 6. Is that correct?
That's what it
6 to
looks like.
16.
Let's see if you got it.
Mhm.
Hypnotic Spectre on the.
I mean, he has to block something, right?
For sure.
Yeah, sure. Take 7.
Hypnotic Spectre on the
Yeah.
Elf.
And I'll go down to. I was at. Oh, so I'm at.
Oh, we must have his life total wrong. Okay.
Sure.
So why did he block
Take
the?
Curt.
Oh, that okay.
Play Curt 8.
All right, he's at 14 now. That's what that.
Pass.
Got it.
He hadn't taken very much damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Tap draw.
I mean,
Kurt Ape, the best green card.
Is the Serendip Jin just going to eat Paul's entire life here in a second?
It might.
I'll swing for 2 in the air.
Yeah, no blocks. Go to 14.
Fake.
No cards in hand.
He's hellbent, right?
And
think
I'll pass
so.
back to you.
Okay. Up
All right,
to
untap, sack the Taiga.
hmm
And those are 2.
Uh,
what lands are those right there?
These are 2 tropical islands.
I mean, Kurt Ape matches up nicely with. Oh well, not now. Well, no, he has Trops, right? He has
Yeah, he's
Trops.
got Trops,
Kurt Ape,
yeah.
Kurt Ape does match up nicely with
Yeah.
the Black Knight for sure.
Let's see here.
I feel like I would have kept the Taiga for one more turn, just in
Yeah,
case
I
you
got it.
draw
I got no.
a burn spell there. or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's you don't care about taking the 3.
Yeah, you're just ahead. So, but either way,
Top is just dead. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was a lot of damage.
So best of 5, we play 2 pre-board games, and then the last 3 are sideboard.
Yeah, one thing I'll mention about Top End is he's really partial to his
Honestly,
non,
like, I'm interested in playing stuff like.
whatever you're gonna call the reprint policy that we usually use for old school cards. He likes to play cards that aren't actually legal in that, just because they're he's
Either
more
way, like,
attached to them from his childhood, right? He played a lot more Ice Age stuff than Mirage or whatever.
This way, I'm gonna
And
stick to it.
so he definitely enjoys those cards. He has encouraged people on many occasions to play their Ice Age Icy Manipulators or Disenchants or Swords or whatever. And in all the 1.5 tournaments that we've been playing, it's actually been a great excuse for me to go and grab my own Ice Age copies of things and play them, and I don't normally get to put them in decks. So
Sure.
I've had a lot of good fun with that.
Why not? They're pretty cool. I mean, the Ice Age Swords to Plowshares art is fabulous.
Oh, absolutely. So, what are you guys thinking about for sideboards?
Let's see. A little hard to see what Paul's back in here because of some of the altars.
It's 2 Sylvan Libraries, 4 copies of Ice Storm,
Yeah.
and then 2 Concordant
then-
Crossroads, a Stone Rain, 3 copies of Blue Elemental Blast, Old Man of the Sea, which is just amazing, and then another Chain
Old Man of the
Lightning
Sea
and
comes in, right?
Tranquility.
That actually was.
I like the
my
4th
sixth
chain.
first
I like the Old Man
card
for sure.
Deliberation was, do I
Yeah,
run
Chain's important.
a 4th
Actually,
Pendlehaven, or do I run?
I kind of question how good like Blue Elemental Blast actually is
I
here.
mean, I ended up with 3 Pendlehaven.
It seems a little weird because you can't kill a Sedge Troll after it's resolved, and you've got a bunch of these, black creatures that they just don't do anything against. So it just seems a little weird to actually board in the Blue Blast, but maybe you want one, something like that. It kills Solkanar. Maybe it counters a Troll, and maybe it counters a Disintegrate, something like that.
It's like Tappan's running a bunch of red though, with the chains and the Sedge Trolls and the Disintegrates, and I mean Detonate isn't going to be so good. But.
Yeah, it's just never that exciting to Blue Blast the Chain Lightning. It's fine, and sometimes it's good, but it could just be another card. It could just be another threat. You know, whatever happens to be. But yeah, I could see some number of them coming in. I don't know if he wants the full set. And I don't really like the land destruction too much either, or the Sylvan libraries. There's just too much burn, and top can get ahead with the dark rituals, right?
Agree.
So Paul messaged me earlier because I wanted to ask him about the altars to make sure that we knew which cards were which, and he said that he has not boarded in the Sylvan libraries for the entire tournament.
Yeah. No, that's
So,
Wow.
I mean, you've got enough other forests between the.
I mean, I imagine you really just want those against like a real control deck, right? And
yeah.
there's only so many of those floating around, so I kind of wonder if he actually had to play any of those decks. But yeah, as far as top goes, I mean, I would probably consider. And you want the terrors, right? Or the one terror. You probably want Oubliette. I don't think he can kill an Oubliette after it's resolved.
If he boards in the Tranquility, right?
Yeah, good luck as well.
Oh, true. Yeah, I guess if he
But
boards in
is it open deck list? They know what each other's playing, right?
Yes.
They do, yeah.
So that
So
adds.
I don't think he boards in Tranquility.
I don't think so either. It
there's
just
no
it
other-
adds another element though when you
True,
know what it
true.
is. It's like what you know. What do you do? Do you try to board when you know that they could do something?
Yeah,
But
you got it.
Kurt Ape down.
They're off to the races. One thing I was going to mention before we focus on their plays is just it's a tough question about how many blasts you board in, whether they're red or blue against Paul's deck, because he's got like a little bit of red and a little bit of blue, and like they might line up poorly. So
I know you can mismatch so easily
Oh,
that it might not even be worth it for sure.
yeah.
The Wily Wolf.
One of the best green creatures for sure.
Swing with the wolf.
Getting aggressive with it.
Mhm.
Sure. I'll pump with the.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why not with Pendlehaven?
Yeah,
Right.
Pendlehaven.
Yeah,
Actually, I should say probably Pendlehaven's the best green card, despite not being.
Yeah. Pendlehaven's one of the better cards in the White Weenie too. One of the better cards in Goblins. It kind of does it all.
Oh, on the topic of blasts, I thought I'd mention too that Paul beat me in one of our in one of the sideboarded games, and I died with all 3 red blasts in my hand.
Oh, jeez.
I just had nothing to kill.
Well,
So you're saying this from experience?
There's a big bad nasty creature on the table in Juzam Jin.
Yeah, that's from that Greg Titcomb proxy deck thing that I was mentioning earlier from Urz's Chalice this year.
Recent conversation.
Yeah, just looking at the deck list, it doesn't look like Paul has a really great way of killing a Juzam Jin, right? He has to 2-for-1 himself no matter what he does.
All right, take my harm and take my lick from the Juzam.
Serendip Jin blocking. Other than that.
If you're blocking with Serendip Jin, you're losing though. So much inevitability with that.
Mhm.
Come in with Juzam.
Yeah, you got to do the math. You got to do the math with those Wily Wolves and the Pendlehaven when you swing in.
Pump it and growth it.
There it is.
Oh, there
Whoa.
we go.
Seems good.
All right, maybe
It's
he
the 2-for-1,
does
that's
have a way to
fine,
show
but-
one for-
And
okay, it is a 2-for-1. Yeah.
Mhm.
let's go with.
Why is it a
Wait,
He
Why
pumped
did
it
you
with
do
the
that?
other Wily Wolf because that one was sick.
Yeah.
So
I'll pass back.
if it doesn't have six toughness?
no, it's 1/1, 2/2 because one of them was sick. So
I'll play
he had to-
Ape and
Oh, I thought he just blocked with one, Pendlehaven did, and then Giant Growth did.
yeah, he didn't have enough to do both.
oh,
He used the Pendlehaven for the Giant Growth.
got
I
it.
see.
He doesn't have a forest, so
Hmm.
1/1 Kurt Ape.
Oh yeah,
stays.
I got you. He couldn't. Yeah, sure.
4.
I'll play a hippie.
Mm,
Yeah, you got it.
Another
And
hit.
I'll pass
just
back.
recent. Yeah.
The only black bordered hippie in his deck. One black bordered.
Draw something
Maybe.
like a land. I'm gonna chain lightning to hit it.
Yep.
Um,
And
those are revised Sedge Trolls, right? But I'm in the minority where I feel that the unlimited Sedge Troll looks better than an alpha or a beta.
Yeah, I'm leaning on you now.
You absolutely are. Play another ape and pass.
Another Curd Ape.
Sure.
So that's
Untap,
3
draw,
Curd Apes that he's
swing a
drawn
hippie
right
for two.
now.
Yeah, you got it. 16. I have 4 cards.
Still no Forest.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's a little
I'm
rough.
going to re-roll on 5 and re-roll on 6, but then we'll go from your left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So card 3 from your left.
And he has 12 forests, which is a pretty good number,
Sounds
actually.
good.
Yeah.
Then I will tap out.
So it's pretty surprising.
Losing a giant growth
Try
arrow
to
hurts a
play the
lot.
Swamp King.
Mm.
Solkanar.
Ooh-wee.
Oh.
This has gotten out of hand pretty
I'll
quickly.
pass back. I always like.
I don't think that Paul's going to be able to come back from this.
I could understand why you would. I'll draw up to 4 and pass.
Had
back.
he drawn a Forest, it obviously would have helped.
Untap.
Yeah, it would have made a huge difference there because
Card for turn. Okay.
he could have won for one of the Juzam
Yeah.
earlier, and I think he's hurting for
Swing with hippie. For
hurting
two.
for lands for sure.
Yeah, no blocks. I go to 14.
Now,
So I got 4.
does he lose?
Would do the same thing
Yeah,
last time.
same. Exactly, same thing.
Just pick a number.
First
One.
card.
Another giant.
The giant growth.
Another giant growth.
I think
Okay.
that's all of them. So
Those
now-
are basically his removal spells for the big fatty.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And play a second hippie.
Ooh.
And I'll pass
Another
it.
hippie.
All right.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, gain a life from Solkanar.
Yeah, you got it.
Well,
I'll
you know,
draw a
We've
card.
got
it doesn't
some
work out
team
for him,
spedders in
it's-
chat right now. Welcome to the chat, guys. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you stopping by.
3 in hand. Swing in the air for 4.
10. So the same thing you did last time for the first one. And
Did you
then
just read the same thing I did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed, a generous view of Paul's nether void.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Thanks
100%.
for making it easy.
Sure.
So reroll. Oh, how many did you have total? Sorry, I got a 5.
Yep,
Four
I had
cards.
4.
You have 4. I'll reroll.
Oh my god, just pick a number.
That's,
4.
That's a
Mhm.
leaner. Hold on.
Maybe they just like
That's a
rolling.
3.
Maybe they just like rolling dice.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Did Jin.
Sure, and then yes,
Mhm.
reorder and
He does have 2 cards to choose.
perfect. Sorry, it rolled off. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. So middle card.
Unstable.
All right. So we had a fistful of blue
Alright.
cards too.
Let's
Flip a coin.
second
Oh,
that
it's kind of hard to
phase,
flip a coin
yeah.
when you got 3 choices.
A
But yeah, he could have picked stuff. He could have picked
We're
stuff.
gonna have in hand
Just picked
gain a life.
cards.
Sure.
I'll pass that.
Pump night.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's really no reason to just
Play
not
a
keep
Lana
playing your
Laurel.
creatures, right?
Indeed.
And pass the turn.
That is a Llanowar elf. It is not a forest.
Draw.
It's one of Paul's ultras I haven't seen.
Oh,
He has a lot of altered cards in his deck.
Wait, Paul's still on 10 despite
So I still can't do
taking
that.
all these beats
So
from
come in
the.
with hippies for 4.
Sure.
Yeah, for a while it was just
You
one
got a flying
hypnotic.
man and a
All
flying
right.
man.
So
Yeah.
all the blue cards.
No more men that fly.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is. I mean, this
Let's
is
go
gotta be
another order of the other.
That's the over, right?
Sure.
yeah.
Gain a life.
Gain 1.
for next turn. I mean,
Yeah.
There's
crush him with everything. He can't block everything. You know.
There's his forest
He's got 4
finally with,
blockers.
Apes are active.
with the taiga.
Yes, they're big.
I'll pass the turn.
Yeah, I got a terror for one of the apes.
That's it. I love that altar. That's
Yeah, that is really sweet.
Yeah.
really really
Yeah.
cool.
I'm gonna alpha strike with everybody.
Right.
Yeah, sure. You got it.
We're going to game 3.
Going to game 3.
Sideboard time now. The fun begins.
So now we're at least open to the possibility that Top will win his own event, and we can give him a hard time for doing so.
Yeah, you don't want to Florian that. For
Is that quote unquote the Florian? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
the
calling it?
Flobo when you win your own event. Yeah, he had a series of winning a bunch of different tournaments that he organized in Germany.
Mhm.
back in the day. That joke's a couple years old now, but
It's
he
still
wore it
good.
best.
I like it.
Yeah, he wore it best for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that was just some unfortunate draws for Paul. You know, drawing all those blue cards, not drawing a blue source, not drawing a forest for when he had 3 Kurt Apes. You know, it was pretty ridiculous. But I mean, variance is a thing. I mean, it still happens. It still exists. So no matter what kind of magic you play, you have to be a
Sounds like
slave
you guys got
to variance from time to
bunch of
time.
dudes over there playing.
We do. There's
Also, the
size-
text on Pendlehaven, I always
appropriate
kind of
size
wondered
for
whether
this,
that is just sort of inherited from Kurt Ape's text. You know?
nice. We have
Kind of, sort of. Yeah, it makes
Yeah,
sense.
I mean, I just wonder from like a card design perspective if that's what happened.
some of our members have
Just
moved on
seems
to
a little
Ohio
too
and
specific.
kind of spread out across
Yeah.
the state. So some of our founding members happen to be back visiting us tonight. So it's nice.
That is nice. That's great.
Hines is mentioning that he also if Top wins this, he also decided the ban list. So probably pretty much just rigged.
How often were you guys being able to meet before everything kind of shut down?
This is called 1.5. Old school Magic 1.5.
No, that's just Adam Mercado. He's just being a smartass.
Oh, okay.
Almost every week, at least some of us are meeting up. Obviously, you know, since in March till about June, that kind of hindered things. But there's enough whiskey.
Well, we've
and
this has been
cigar
great so
smoke
far.
around here to kind of
First
keep
match
it
went to 3 games.
from being too
7-Eleven
close. We kinda stopped the
was
bro hug
really
that
back and forth. They
and
And they played all 7 and
3 and
just
3.
decide the
And,
winning
the
until
7th
game
game,
7.
So-
7th game mattered. We're going to game 3 here. This is cool.
So I have officially referred to Adam Mercado as my dealer because he's my go-to when I have some extra money and I want some new old school Magic artist proofs. So
Oh yeah, I hate traffics and that stuff.
yeah.
Still have those. I feel like we were really geographically dispersed, the Beast of the Bay here. Anyway,
I was mentioning earlier that I really like Top's playmat. It's like a very original Soulground feel playmat, but it's new. So I like it quite a bit. It's one of my favorite playmats I've seen.
I'd like to do something.
Oh, 100%. And so the art for that was done by the great Colin Nord, actually, who did the art on my
Yeah.
shirt as well. You got one of those too, right, Mike?
I almost wore it today, and then I did.
Put this on. I'm like, I hope Mike doesn't wear this T-shirt because that would be really awkward if we wore the same dress.
Yeah.
I love the online stuff.
Anyway, yeah. So Kala, who's like a very gifted artist. He's a tattoo artist. I don't. Who knows how much time he spent on the very intricate art that goes into that, and they made a very limited run of those for NoobCon 9,
There's something about just
2017.
being with people and just like
Yeah, they're if you see them in person, they feel amazing too. They're pretty high quality, but they mimic that old Calsa Brain style.
a lot of these people are people that I've known for 10 years or more now.
But
And
what is a wonderful playmat like that compared to
yeah,
playing
we
on a laminated piece of
really
wood?
develop a lot of
Right.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
Jeff White in chat said quite a lot of wood on the left side of the screen right now.
It's a really true adage. I think.
Give him time. He'll have all the
You look
all the
back
dick
on
puns.
friends that
Oh,
you had
yeah.
10 years ago.
I've seen
and the ones that you
that
have
plank,
today,
if you will,
likely
in
the
person.
ones that
It's
have stuck around the entire time
it's
Yeah,
are
he's
yeah.
maybe some other
flies around the country with that thing. I mean,
Yeah,
it goes everywhere.
you gotta pack that in your luggage.
It's been in your car, right, Mike?
Yes, actually, yeah, it was in my car.
the baseboard
I forgot about
something
that.
bone
Sure.
flute. Yeah.
the inlay.
But yeah, that the X, I don't know if all the viewers saw it when he was, taking out his actual deck. But that's actually a space to store his deck in, so he can take that out. I think that's actually what he's describing as I'm talking about it. But yeah, it just pops out and then the deck sits inside.
That is great.
It looks like a treasure map. It really does.
Yeah, it's really nicely
Yeah.
polished and everything. It's a
That's
nice little
marvelous.
playing surface. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll be on the play first, and we'll see how it goes.
So
Sounds
Jeff
like
White
it.
says, "You guys know I love dick jokes," and then
Alright, good
Pez,
luck,
of course, responds in the Pez way. You could just remove the word "jokes" from that sentence. So shots fired, Jeff.
No, he might have been talking about what I said, but I know what I said. I know all the words that came out of my mouth.
Mhm.
I'll keep this.
I'm gonna send mine back.
Alrighty.
Bunch of dark rituals into nothing.
I met Jeff White in 1997,
I
and
was
I'm sure
curious how
that
that was
there
gonna-
was a dick joke
So my
then as
top
well.
four
So-
opponents had somewhat
That's right.
similar
You guys are
decks.
both Central New York
So what
natives.
you're
Yeah.
playing with the orders, the
Yeah, one thing
hippies,
I thought I'd also mention about the
Grants,
format. I mean, I've played in all the events so far that we've held, except for I guess that very first experimental one that we did. But I've played in all the online ones that we've done since then, and there's a lot going on. I think there's good control decks, there's good aggro decks, there's good mid range decks. Sylvan Library is a really good card, especially with Diamond Valley. Playing that alongside your kind of higher end mid range creatures is a pretty good strategy. You just draw extra cards. That's one thing that you can kind of focus on.
No joke.
The last the event previous to this one was won by like a white based with a red blue splash like aggro bird deck.
Almost like Temple without the dibs kind of thing.
Yeah. It's actually kind of similar to Toppan's deck in a way, except that it had white cards instead of black. It's kind of like a bit of a switch.
Palette swap.
Mhm. So yeah, to be honest with you, like other than maybe combo, I guess you could try and build a power artifact deck or something. But there's kind of something for everybody.
The man who fly.
So.
I love it.
But yeah, so they're started off. We have a turn one Flying Man from
Let's
Paul.
go with
Volk Flying Man is a good start.
Mhm.
a volcanic island, and I'll pass back to you.
Alrighty.
Feels like they shuffled for a million years. Did you guys notice them taking malls at all, or?
I didn't see any
confess-
mulligans.
Confess I wasn't paying attention.
But they're shooting the breeze while they're talking, so...
Oh my god, is
Yeah,
that a
another-
Pendlehaven? Oh, 5 damage?
I got this.
Oh! Wow.
Dang.
You're gonna hit the
That's
Oh.
See, this is what I was trying to do to Paul when I boarded in my Red Blast, but it didn't do anything.
Blown out. Oh, that's a
That
heartbreaker.
was a good one.
Did you see Paul's little gesture? You're like,
got it.
oh, did you mean to rev the unstable mutation instead of the flying man? Can I interest you in that?
Yeah.
Dark ritual.
Yeah.
into hypnotic.
Oh,
Dark Ritual
oh,
and the Hippie.
Brutal.
man, things were going so well.
Yeah.
And Llanowar Elf. And
Llanowar
we're gonna
Elf.
chain the hippie.
Got a
Chain
chain?
Lightning, yeah.
I got a
Blue Blast.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness,
You
Toppin!
know, all the sideboard cards. Yeah, you
All
got
the
Wow.
blasts at exactly the right time.
Can we just talk about how it's impossible to get the blasts to line up because of the smaller number of
Yeah,
red and blue cards?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right.
I don't know. Top just is inching closer to Flovoing this whole thing.
All right.
Okay, well, that's
No
a
more redundancy.
card you didn't care about, right? Really?
Yeah. You didn't care
Yeah.
about getting rid of that
That's
penalty.
good.
So I will play an underground sea and I'll pass.
Oh man. Yeah, of all the things to hit, that's perfectly fine.
Mhm.
Hopefully he had something juicy that was protected there.
Oh, that was a nice draw. Unstable mutation.
Something. Yeah.
Or-
I mean,
Yeah.
Top's got to be out of good cards, right? I mean, you just have to hope
Yeah,
there's something
you're
else you
good
have
for
going
four.
for you from Paul's perspective.
Your turn.
Well, he hasn't Pendlehaven pumped, so that means he's gonna.
Swinging for 2.
Why didn't he?
Yeah, I should have played this card. I didn't think very
He's
Now
gonna
he's
spend
talking
two more.
about it. Yeah, they didn't.
Oh,
I got a
wait,
16.
is that a
You wanna
bloodlust?
just play that
Hard
bloodlust
to tell.
and just done
I
that?
think that's one of his altered bloodlusts.
Yes.
Yeah, you would have done
That's
that.
weird.
I would be
Why
down
would
4 more
he,
points, so I'd be at 12, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Huh.
no reason.
He's
you
got
would've
2
just-
altered bloodlusts in the
highest
deck, and
level
that
shit
was one of
done
them.
mistakes.
And he could have used it right there.
Yeah.
I'm at 16
yeah, okay,
still.
So you nug me and
No, you attack.
Interesting. He,
I did. I attacked, and I need to play land for turn, and
I
I'm
go to 16. And then you're all set after that? Or
He let him take it back and
gonna
took
play
the damage.
Batman?
I was just gonna say.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out what happened there. But that sounds
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I will swing for
Toppin's
3.
an honorable human being.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm down to 9 now.
Yep.
It's no fun to win like
And Kurt Ape.
if you're just like missing
And
stuff.
Pez said
Your
he
opponent's
would have
missing
made him
stuff
let
and you
him
know it.
discard it. Yeah, I get you.
Draw.
But this is actually a match that that means something because it is the finals of this event.
Yeah, I mean that's
the
kind
fact
of
that he
guy
let him
Toppin
go
is.
back was really, really nice.
Yeah. I go to 14, no cards in hand.
Sure.
He's a good man and thorough. Ugh,
I read that too.
that's classic.
Sorry, did the life totals wrong here. Okay, what am I gonna do here?
I mean, we say something's on the line here, but like, there's no
Sorry, I just need to
prizes.
think about this. 2 cards in
No.
hand. One
It's
second.
just pride, but still.
Yeah.
It's glory.
But I feel, I don't know, maybe not everybody feels this way, but I feel like it's hard to take pride in it when you kind of
Goes
just
to a 2-2.
aren't sportsmanlike about it and
agree.
gentlemanly about it. It's just,
No
what
I
have you
agree
won
wholeheartedly.
really at that point?
Yeah, definitely. Hey, one more -1/-1 counter and we can Pendelhaven that thing.
Yeah, he can.
It's your turn.
Okay.
Always looking for an opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to come up, right? He's going to do it this next turn, probably.
Land.
I don't know. I think I need to get one of those planks, put it back here to tie the room together a little bit better.
Is that another Lebowski reference?
It was.
Nice.
Can Pendelhaven target through such a fat die?
Oh, I assume
does
he's
he
killing
disintegrate?
the Kurt Ape. Ooh,
You're
yeah.
gonna throw
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah, you got it.
Fair enough.
Oh, dang.
I'll pass the turn back.
it's an interesting. It's risky use of the disintegrate.
This goes down.
I mean, top is at what? 5? Is that what we're?
I will attack.
That's what it looks like.
For
Yeah.
3.
And
Sorry.
is he going to use an instant here because
It is
he
a
had the 3 additional mana to
That's
kill
fine.
the
Yeah,
Kurt Ape
no
through a giant growth?
blocks.
Yeah.
I'll use Pendelhaven.
What's he holding the mana up for?
So I got a 1.
He's at 1.
And pass the turn.
All right, so no trick.
Untap, draw.
So he wasn't holding the mana up for anything. So why did
I
he?
will Pyrotechnics. 1,
Pyrotechnics.
and
I don't see that very often.
That is nice.
3
that is
and
really
1.
nice.
Splitting that up.
and
I think
Alright,
that
it's
Alf was gonna die anyway, right?
Saved by the bell,
You
Lockwood.
got a Ice Storm.
Or could he have just pinged?
Okay,
He could have just nugged Paul for 1 there.
He
right?
could have hit Paul for
Yeah.
1. No, because what Paul could have done is with the trigger on the stack, use the Pendelhaven to keep the elf
That's good.
alive for the win.
Yeah.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, right.
and swing for 2.
I go to 10.
Okay, where's Paul now? 10.
Play a set
Okay.
Sure.
Oh man.
That's a hard creature to kill.
and I'll pass
It
back.
is. He just needs a burn spell. Oh, well.
Right.
Right. Scrib is okay.
Scrib's
Scrib is
pretty-
okay here because you can block the hippie profitably.
Hippie's going to go on defense now. He has to.
Unless
It's
we
like caps
see
at
like
1.
a. Yeah,
Bring your
I mean,
hand step up
and
and just
like
tear.
chain lightning doesn't.
Oh, he
Terror
tears
does
it.
it.
Okay.
I was
Ooh.
gonna say chain lightning doesn't do it, and side blast doesn't do
Tops
it.
Tops just got exactly what he needs
Yeah.
every single time.
For 5.
I go to 5.
I've.
One's not dead.
And pass
Yeah,
back
1
to
is definitely not dead.
Yeah.
Rip.
1
Rip.
is not
Rip.
0.
Rip. Rip.
He needs a
Rip.
burn spell.
Uh,
He survives a
I don't
turn.
know if that wins me the game, but we're gonna go with it.
I
We'll
mean,
give it a
that's
shot
good.
here.
That's
Go
not a
ahead.
bad rip.
Yeah.
Untap. Draw.
It's like top can't. Does he use attack?
What is he? Yeah, I think you just block.
I'm gonna block the hippie.
Okay, yeah, got to block the hippie.
Take 3.
Block the
Okay,
hit you,
take
right?
3.
Take
the
the
hippie,
3.
make him kill your guy.
Side blast.
Okay.
Sure, that's
Right.
fine. That's
Yeah.
fine.
It's for the win.
What?
He was at
I don't
2.
think you can
Yeah.
play around that, right? Like
Yeah, to the head. Yeah, yeah.
Woo! Rip that one off the top. I'd been drawing
Well.
so many.
those were exciting though.
Sure.
Man,
Those were
Game
some
lightning.
good games, and the fact that
Top just had everything in that entire game.
he came back from one being at 1 life. That was
and still at
pretty
1.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm not
And
sure
all right, yeah,
how
let's chat with him for a
really
sec.
is. Like the 1-for-1 stuff seems bad if I don't have it at just the right moment. Like if that dude connects even one time as the 5-5, or twice as like a 2-2 or 2-3, and then like a 5-5 off one of those unstable mutations, it's a pretty short game.
Sure. Sure.
Like my Psy Blasts and my Juzams are kind of less good, I guess. Now that I'm thinking about it, should have done something about that before I started shuffling. How's Psy Blast been for you this game or this tournament?
Oh, it's been fantastic. But like, I mean, I'm all in, so you know it's been really good for me. Yeah, I really like this, and I like blue green berserk anyways, and so this seemed like a really nice port and an opportunity to play with some really cool altars that I love. The bloodlust.
I love your ice storms and the bloodlusts. God, they're both good.
So what's nice is being able to play with all of those. So yeah, all of them are done by old school altarists. So Quail and Pete Lupo did my bloodlusts, and Lady Death Touch, Kira, and Nick View, and Park Cofield did 3 of my 4 ice storms. So like like they look beautiful, but like having opportunity to have like the old school altarists represented is really nice.
Gentlemen, is this best of 5?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, so we got some more Magic to play. All right.
Surprise.
Good luck, guys.
A little bit. Yeah. Sorry if it's been boring, guys. I know it's kitchen table-y, but I like this kind of stuff. The little nuanced plays really do add up here.
I'll be on the play again.
You got it. Good luck to you.
Well, we apologize for being boring, but it's been far from boring.
Okay.
One lander against you seems bad.
Yeah, I have to say that's
it's like my splash dual land.
this isn't boring at all. That was pretty exciting to me.
No, I was
I mean,
definitely, I was happy with that.
I like mulling. Let's see what happens. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and to clarify, it was optional whether they were best of 3 or best of 5, and so the best of 3 was the default unless they chose to play best of 5. So apparently they had chosen beforehand to play best of 5. So
Yep. Well, that's fine. More Magic for us.
yeah,
Sure, thank you. Tropic.
More
It
Magic
was
for the
such an
stream.
exciting 3-game series, though. How can you top what just happened?
yeah.
All right, let's find out.
Mm-hmm.
Fall,
Got a good
Yeah.
start from
chain
Paul.
lightning. Good.
Toppin likes Magic so much that he insists on playing more of it
Island,
whenever
Wailuли
possible.
Wolf, go.
Tap draw.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Let's go swamp. Let's disintegrate the wolf.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
Pass back.
kill spells
Get outta
there.
here.
Taiga. Old Man.
Old man
Man.
of the
Guys,
sea.
how cool is that?
Joe.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I like Old Man a lot in this matchup.
Let's go here.
You can grab Order, you can grab Black Knight, you can grab Hippie.
Grab the hippies.
Play a hippie.
Sure.
There you go.
Yep.
I'll pass back.
I'm gonna take your hippie.
I feel concerned playing that hippie. I mean,
Well,
he
he
must have
must-
a way to kill it.
You must have a way of killing the Old Man, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because otherwise
And
you'd-
Then I will pass the turn.
Probably don't play a Hippie into that.
Draw. Let's do this. try to play Order of the Ebon Hand,
You've got an order.
Okay.
and I'll pass back to you.
Yeah, I remember seeing
I know I
videos
have a
of,
hippie in here
old
somewhere.
Magic tournaments
So
where,
one
you know,
moment
people are
while I-
playing their fireballs for 1 on turn 2. And,
Hey, will this ever
hitting-
John
Just to
be-
deal the 1 damage.
yeah, yeah, deal the 1 damage, and
Do
you know
that
it's to
real
the
fast.
face too. So you have
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
I fireball you for
Okay,
1.
I'm gonna tear your Old Man of the Sea.
Oh, okay.
Old man down.
I figured he must have it, right? Or he wouldn't
Yeah.
just throw the
You get
hippie
your
out.
Yeah.
hippie back.
Yeah,
It
100%.
is untapped because I was unable to attack with it.
Mhm.
I'm gonna
I think
change
the
your
better play though is to not take the hippie
and
and-
pass the turn.
till the
Very good.
combat step when it will attack you,
Oops, you didn't see that.
right?
Let's get it
Because
there for
then
3,
Sure,
he
17.
gets it back and
Go-
it's summoning sick,
and I'll
right?
pass it back to you.
Right. Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Kurt Ape,
Kurt Ape.
go ahead.
Kurt Ape isn't so
I'll
good
destroy
against these
it,
pump
yeah,
knights
so-
though.
With
Oh,
He's also
Man,
not good in
all
the
the
graveyard.
removal.
Or just
Oh, yeah.
Oh, blue blast.
You got
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Blue Blast. Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, I'll play slower. I know these webcam things are a little choppy.
Oh no, it's all right.
Um,
Your graveyard's a little cut off. That's all. You're good.
Sorry.
No, it's not a problem.
Yeah,
I just-
blast dot deck, pretty much.
No worries. I'll just get it so
Mhm.
it's nice there.
Yeah, perfect.
I've drawn my card for turn. I will swing for another 3,
14.
and I'll pass back.
He's gotta kill that order for sure. It's dealing a lot of damage.
I'm gonna ice storm the volcanic.
I have to assume that's a. Is there two
An
old
ice,
men in
it's
this
an ice
league?
storm or
Oh,
something.
an ice storm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was so about destroying that Llanowar elf earlier. It was just like that was.
Okay. I mean, he's off all the
Start
non-black
ice
cards right
storming
now.
on turn 2.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
a real deal, you know.
Yeah, that's not nothing for sure.
Mhm.
Until
Let's come in there for
the
4.
Badlands. Okay.
Yeah.
I go to 10.
Double pump. Sure.
And back to you.
Yeah. 10.
We'll chain the
And your dude.
Yeah, that was coming.
That's what Paul needed.
and pass the turn.
Yeah, 100%.
Sure. Untap.
How many cards does top have now in hand? Like 2,
What's
1?
it gonna give me? Hey, Volcanic Island. I'll pass back.
Nice.
I don't know.
It's your turn.
I can't imagine more than one card in his hand.
Does he have any? I mean, does he has 1 or 0 at this point, right? He's got 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean, and it's got to be something
Kurt Ape.
like another burn spell or whatever.
Card-
Removal spell.
Pyrotechnics,
Or
probably.
another land.
I will play a hippie.
Yeah.
That's a good
We
one.
just top that
Pass
hippie.
back.
Ooh, I'm still at 10. I will attack for 2.
No blocks. Any
Don't let
effects?
your huge die fall off the plank. Sharks in those waters.
Yeah.
That's
What are
right.
you at? 19?
I'm still at 20.
20? No, just take 2.
Sure. 18.
And then I'm
Like
gonna
I said,
try and Psy Blast the hippie.
Side blast on the hippie.
All
I
right.
go to 8.
That's one
Almost
way to kill a
expected
hippie.
top into pull a red blast there.
Mhm.
Nope. Here you go.
Cards in hand?
I have 4.
It's kind of a lot. Attack for 2.
It's kind of a lot for being able to do so little right now. I am at 16.
Hmm.
Embarrassing.
I'm
So that's 16.
going to.
I think so.
We'll
I
risk
like
it. I'm gonna
Paul
try
hasn't been able to
Ooh.
read more,
Okay.
right?
Results?
I mean,
Yeah. Bloodlust.
don't you want
Bloodlust.
Oh.
Jeez. Wow.
Oh, does
Okay,
he have the
all right.
berserk?
7.
He's got the berserk.
Whoa.
Hey!
Wow.
That's
like-
ridiculous.
I'm like, don't you want the giant growth to like trade for a card later? Like, what are you doing? Oh, you're going all in to win the game.
18.
Sure,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Take
fine.
18.
all right. Now I'm glad it was best of 5.
Yeah, for sure.
Ah,
Oh, I just didn't
Tremendous.
have it. I just did not have the removal for you.
they're tied then going into game 5.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Sometimes you just.
Yeah,
gotta
that was a good
gamble.
game.
Yeah, that was sweet.
Oh man, sometimes it works, dude.
That was sweet.
Sometimes it works.
Boom goes the dynamite.
I
And it's so important to keep the hippies off the board too, so that you can, because otherwise you lose your berserk. You lose your bloodlust or whatever.
Yeah, you got to build up to that critical.
Those are the
mass
kinds
number.
there's nothing more vulnerable in your hand against Hypnotic Spectre than a berserk just sitting around.
This deck might need
Sometimes you even use the berserk to kill the hippie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many do you have?
23.
Okay.
And that was immensely satisfying.
I'm running 21, and I'm very low to the ground. I mean, you do have Dark Ritual, but
I have,
Yeah. I mean, a lot
You
of my
know,
stuff
just playing
doesn't
normal old
really,
school.
like this deck operates fine.
I just haven't seen a Berserk win for a little while. It's good.
Hey, I'm just stoked. We get to go to 5. That's pretty awesome.
While they're shuffling up,
Hey,
we
that was an
will
awesome berserk. Oh my god, that was so sick.
talk about our charity raffle that's going on. If you go to go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM, you can donate $5 to get 10 tickets and a bunch of different raffles for old school stuff. All proceeds go to roomtogrow.org. Or if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can hit that blue donate button, and you can just donate a gift. It can be anonymously, or you can put your name on it. When I put this on the stream, we were just below $4,000. Right before we hit the stream, we reached the $4,000 mark. So we're raising a lot of money for a really good charity. And in these times right now, people need help, and Room to Grow helps people, helps families in need, and what better way to do it than possibly win some cool stuff. All these prizes were donated. There were no costs involved, so every single dollar is going to the charity. So we've got all kinds of good things on the line here. So appreciate everybody sticking around.
Can I say one more thing about that, Rich?
Sure.
So the raffle is currently sitting at 4,366, but that's actually not all that we've raised for the charity. We have raised, we've actually donated so far $1,327 in kind. So supplies. It's like baby and toddler supplies. So like baby clothes, pack and play, cribs, books, stuff like that, toys. So together, that is more than $5,600. But that's actually not all either, because we are also contributing a check in the amount that is the net profit from the event, because there were entry fees as well for LobstercoM. And that check is going to be somewhere around, I don't know, north of $2,500 probably. So our total support to Room to Grow right now is clocking in at more than $8,000 according to my tally. So I'm absolutely thrilled, with the outpouring from the community and everything that's been happening in the last couple weeks around this event. And there's still plenty of time for people to jump in on the raffle, and to also to donate baby and toddler supplies if they feel so moved. There's links to do that on the LobstercoM logistics page. So thank you, everyone.
Tyga, go.
A lot of families in need right now. So the fact that we can, as a community, band together and raise this much money is totally awesome.
Yeah, well done.
Island, Ape.
We have another Blue Blast from Toppin.
Yeah, Blue blasted the first Kurt Ape.
Mm-hmm.
Expected nothing less. Another Kurt Ape. But at least this time when Paul has small double Kurt Apes, he has a forest on the table.
He gets his 2 in.
So this one got side blasted. You kind of, I don't know, that kind of tells me that he doesn't have another removal spell in hand, because I think he doesn't really want to side blast the Kurt Ape.
Tap the duels, leave this untap, put a cinch.
Sure, you got a troll.
It's a good turn 4 play.
And no kidding, troll with a regeneration up. That's pretty good.
Seems fair.
Scrib Sprites and pass.
Untap, draw.
Scrib Sprites.
Swing for 3.
17.
And land land for turn.
See, the thing is that Paul only needs to stick one creature because
pass back to
he
you.
just showed in the last game he can keep one
Yeah.
creature on the table and he can just do a whole
Yep.
ton of damage in one swing.
We will attack.
No blocks.
Yeah, I mean the fear has to always
Sure,
be
just
there
one.
Yeah.
from Top One's perspective because
17.
you know he has 2 berserks, but at the same time there's only 2 berserks. So how much can you really be afraid of it? You know, it's kind of a bit of a balancing act. I think
Go.
Sure.
There's the
Untap. Draw.
there's the
that's
Jin.
a hard thing to kill.
I'll play a hypnotic,
Yeah, you got it.
and I'll pass back to you.
Well, Hippie's gonna be blocking something.
Change the way I pay for that. Excuse me. Go like that.
Sure.
Just sack the
upkeep,
basic island.
I'm gonna use this.
Gonna make mana.
And we're gonna.
Oh, okay. Giant growth on upkeep.
Oh, okay. So he probably has a berserk in hand.
Yeah.
And then.
Maybe. He's gonna sack the Taiga though.
And
Draw.
that thing was an 8/9 for a second. That's a big critter.
Hmm.
It is.
And he just has to hope that Top doesn't have the blast, right?
Attack.
Pretty much.
Or the terror. I guess it could be terror.
So-
I think he's just taking a bunch of damage here. I don't think he has.
So
it.
what's the script sprite doing? I mean, he's just representing.
So he's giant growth.
Yeah,
so
I
that
mean,
means that
if he
he's
wants to
trying
take the 8, he can, and kill the script sprite. But you know,
I'm going to put.
if he chump blocks, then you still get the damage in.
Hypnotic Spectre. on the
It makes
sword,
Top
so
have to make a choice, I
that's
guess.
my block.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. Take 8.
Cool. Yeah. Go down to 9.
All right. He just took that big hit from the Serendip Jin.
Hmm.
That was a big boy.
It is
Anything
interesting to
else
think
in a
about
second?
whether there's a difference from
Yeah.
Top's decision-making perspective if Paul had only attacked with the Serendip Jin, right? Does he just choose to chump block, or does he just take the damage? Is there a difference there? It's hard to know exactly.
I kept thinking when I was looking at your deck, man, he needs more size, but I really skimmed over those Ifrits. Those are the size, man. Those are good cards.
I'm gonna
Okay.
chain you.
Top can't throw it back.
Yeah.
You know.
Chaining me. Go down to
And-
6.
Pass the turn.
The way Paul's laying down his hand, he's
My turn?
hoping to get hit by that hippie.
Okay.
Yeah, no kidding.
Draw.
So we have Top at 6. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. I would love it if this, this is game 5. I'd love it if this, like, laying down the hand was just like a full-on bluff and he has some way to kill the hippie. I'm not sure that he does, though.
Swing for 5.
I mean, it's a good thing. He wants that hippie to go because then he gets a
Yeah.
clear
Okay.
clear hit with the Jin, unless he plays another hippie.
And that's a 3,
Right.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
that's 1, 2, second card.
Second card. You got to sign.
Side
I mean, he's
blast.
dead. Ooh,
Alright.
that's a good card to hit.
Mhm.
Brings you down.
He couldn't.
to
He has 1 mana tapped
12.
under that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But there's so many cards that those 2 last cards in Paul's hand could be.
Oh,
I'm not
100%.
sure. I'm not sure. Like I could attack with the
Dark
hippie here.
Ritual.
I would just be too scared.
It depends on what he has.
Right,
in his
because of
hand.
all the-
6. I'll disintegrate the Jin.
Yeah.
Okay, disintegrate.
Okay.
It's a lot of resources to get rid of it, but that's fine.
Mhm.
I mean, he's
Okay.
got a heck of a board state now.
Yeah.
So Paul's got a.
I'll go to 10.
What did he just flash there? Did you guys see it?
I didn't get to see it.
I'm just
Alright.
gonna chain lightning.
So
Maybe
chain
hippie.
probably chain the sedge troll, right?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Or
I
he's
guess
more
he's
worried
got
about,
cards left. But
more
yeah.
worried about protecting his cards than killing the troll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Land for turn.
He just doesn't get an opportunity again to kill
9.
the sedge troll, probably.
Right, while he's tapped out after disintegrating a freaking Serendiption. Yeah.
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 1 card in hand. promise it's not a land.
Play a flying man.
Flying
It's your
men.
turn.
Sure. Untap. Draw. Swing for 3.
6.
And back to
So
you.
6 to 6. Side up.
That's not what I was hoping for. Play a taiga.
Yep.
Swing with the flying man.
All right, Paul's got
No-
something.
no
What-
He
blocks.
reigns
what
his
Paul
land, so you
spells?
know he's got
No.
something.
I know. Like, what's?
Uh,
I like Paul's deck a lot. It's got a lot of like surprise factor to it.
Yeah,
Great
100%.
question.
Yeah.
I've got a volcanic. I've got 2 underground sea. I've got a badlands, and I've got 2 swamps.
I was trying to figure out top arranging his mana and like what he's showing here.
Mhm.
Card.
Nothing.
Play a 3rd swamp. Swing
8th
and
mana.
Sentinel for 3.
Sure.
Attack.
Go to 3.
Play.
3.
And I'll pass back to you.
It's like
Oh,
exactly.
passes the turn.
I will play a Curd Ape
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
and attack.
Blocker.
Go to
Mhm.
4.
And Ice Storm.
Ice Storm. Oh,
A storm.
Okay.
That's not exciting.
And
That doesn't matter at all, right?
no.
Yeah.
Might as well just not even cast it and hold up.
Tap, draw.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
Make top-
maybe.
No blue
Good
anymore,
luck with the apes.
right? Oh no, he's got 2 underground C's.
Oh, he's got a
So,
C.
yeah.
He's got 2 C's.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
2 C's. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, having double red, I don't know if that matters, but
I don't think so.
But it is like
I-
fighting his red sources, which are probably the color that's going to kill you.
Yeah,
will
I
end
just-
the turn.
I don't know. I'd rather
Sure.
No,
Make top
I
thing
agree
that
with you.
Card.
make top think that you have something.
There's another red
Swing a
source.
Sedge Troll.
I'll block.
Yep. And pass back to you.
Come on, Psyblast?
Psy Blast.
Tropical Island. Yeah, you
No.
got it.
Oh, wonder how long he was holding that berserk.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So if I had berserk,
Brutal.
Yeah, that's a tough way to go.
Right there.
Yeah.
if I had berserk,
Well, I mean, it went to 5 games.
if I
You
had
can't really ask for
berserk
more,
the same
right?
did when it was an
No, I'm so glad that we saw that game 4. That was a hot finish.
Yeah, for sure.
taking you to 16.
All right. Well, that was a great
I
match.
think I would've-
That was
did you
definitely a
have
good
to
match.
move-
We've had a lot of good matches going on
I
tonight.
didn't.
So
No, you would have had that damage.
Oh my goodness. So that was my mistake. I held off the berserk. I had the berserk in hand. I didn't play it. And
Yeah.
No, you would have had full.
Yeah, Top
contact.
Sec has just a lot of burn in it.
Okay.
It really does.
Hey, great
Especially
games,
after
great
Sideboard,
match.
there's
It
even
was
more.
awesome.
I mean,
And
you can board in
I
those
feel
pyro
like
techniques, which I have to
knowing
assume you
Matt
did.
though that like you had the win right
Right,
there.
there's just a lot of things to
Well,
actually.
but- I mean, you
Actually
gifted
kill
me
with that.
one with the Bloodlust anyways, but like I was trying to like just take damage where I could get it because I didn't want to get greedy with the berserk, but then I just didn't draw any more
Yeah.
creatures that made sense to use it.
That
well,
makes sense.
gentlemen, you gave us some really good games. That was nice.
Sweet, thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you again.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
awesome.
well played.
Appreciate you
This
guys
is my
allowing us to stream your match. And then Paul, of course, I'm sure you are aware of this. If you weren't, there are a lot of jokes about wood and about the view of your crotch on stream and the big plank of wood on your lap and whatnot. So if we'd had
My
a
wood
bad
is-
match of
my wood
Magic,
is
it was
hard
worth it well enough
whenever I'm
for
playing
that.
plank.
So, all right. Tap, thanks a lot. Congratulations
Oh,
on the win.
Yeah. Oh man, this has just been fun to export this format out here. Play some games with some great folk. I don't know what it is, but the people who have been showing up and brewing for 1.5 are absolutely the cream of the crop of the old school community. They're just so much fun. There's a lot of innovation to be had, and I hope everybody sticks around. There's going to be more interesting stuff going on with this experiment. We're going to shift things around a little bit and see what you come up with next time. So stay tuned.
Sounds good. All right.
Big
Thanks
cheese.
a lot.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, take care.
Thanks.
All right, let's get the next. We've got one more match on the card here tonight. We've got a couple heavyweights coming in.
Okay. While we get the room set up for that, I'm going to plug some things on my stream. Everybody, thank you very much for tuning in. My regularly scheduled stream is Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. I play 3 rounds of Old School Magic with the Northern Paladins as part of the Tuesday night gauntlet. So if you have not done so, please don't forget to follow. Turn on those notifications so you know when it is that I am going live. Speaking of going live, I will be hosting a special stream tomorrow night. Tomorrow during the day. I'll be streaming all of my matches from LobstercoM. The tournament starts at
Seth?
10 a.m.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
And then in between matches, I will
Awesome.
be flipping over to the main stream for all of the feature matches. So all kinds of Old School Magic going on tomorrow from LobstercoM. If you have not gotten a chance to do it yet, please go to the website go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM. You can enter one of the many raffles that are on there, or you can donate. All donations go to the charity Room to Grow. You can find out more information on Room to Grow by going to their website, roomtogrow.org. And you see there's all kinds of cool things going on, or if you just want to donate, hit that blue donate button on the bottom of the screen. You see that there are a lot of things, a lot of cool altars, a lot of things that are are pretty cool when it comes to memorabilia and old school things as well. You know, some custom deck boxes, a beta rule book. Those Dan Fraser Mox lapel pins are pretty sweet. Hey, the beer token, strip mine, all kinds of different things. So if you have a few extra bucks, $5 gets you 10 raffle tickets on your choice of any one of these items. And if you can chip in some more, that would be great. So all right, gentlemen, it looks like we've got our contestants for the final matchup of the evening up and ready and raring to go. So Quinn and Seth, thanks for joining the stream. Thanks for allowing us to broadcast this match, and thanks for joining us. Oops, Seth dropped out for a moment there. Okay. All right, so we are playing more Atlantic Old School Magic tonight with Quinn and Seth. So they're going to battle to the death. And then when they are done, the loser actually gets stabbed. No, I'm just kidding. But Quinn is showing off, obviously, the cool prints that he has back behind his head there. And then Seth, I can't tell what that is behind your head. It looks like a framed comic. Nice. So
there's a comic behind you.
Yeah. So Twitch chat says you guys are battling it out for best hair. So all right. So
mine was like before I had to get a real job and not look like a homeless man, which I still look like now.
Mm-hmm.
My hair was as long as Quinn's.
Gentlemen, have you shared your deck list with each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think I may have even told Quinn exactly how I'm sideboarding. Also, like there may be no mystique at all.
You did. Might be a trap. I don't know if I believe you.
These guys are pretty intimate, and this is going to be a pretty classic matchup of aggro versus control.
So,
I'm really excited about this one.
Aggro versus control. It is a tale as old as time. All right. So, gentlemen, why don't you go ahead and have at it? All right. Thanks a lot.
Good luck, guys. Excellent. All right. Let me just switch my camera. All right. Cool. All right. Quinn, do you want to call odd or even to see who goes first?
Yeah, for sure. I'll call on.
All right. It's a 14.
14?
All right, let's do that.
I will play. I feel like that's the right decision.
Yeah, apparently Seth does need a headband to keep up. So,
Yeah, I saw that comment. One thing I was going to mention is just, for everyone that was, maybe not totally into the 1.5 or the 7-Eleven, sort of the off the beaten path, sort of old school formats that we were shown before. We're back to, sort of a very classic old school 93-94 matchup here. We've got Quinn on the deck, which he's been known to play in many different events, and he's a very good the deck player. And we've got Quinn, or sorry, Seth on this lion bolt dib sort of a strategy. So this should be a pretty classic matchup. I think this is it's pretty squarely even. And honestly, I think decks like what Seth are playing is sort of a testament to sort of modern day old school, and how we sort of have this boogeyman in the room of the deck, just in most old school formats. And I think it's not maybe quite as true as we like to say it is. I mean, the deck is obviously very good, but there's certainly, decks that can, have a reasonable matchup against it. So, and this is definitely one of those. So I think we're going to see a pretty good matchup here.
All right, let's do this.
definitely. And I mean, we even saw like in the finals of the Derby, it was a very, very similar matchup here that we have going on here. So
that's right, yeah.
The deck could be considered the boogeyman of the format, but without it, we wouldn't have a format. So.
You too, man.
Also, I've played Quinn and Seth a number of times. They're both very good players, so I expect a particularly just solid matchup magic here.
Yeah, I've been really excited to have these guys at the top of the card for tonight. They're both top-notch players, and they've both done a lot of innovation in the spaces that we're seeing. I know some people roll their eyes like, oh, like old school is a solved format, but the meta continuously shifts and adjusts and readjusts depending upon what finishes at tournaments, like what the flavor of the week is, like where you are regionally. There's a lot to consider, and I think both Quinn and Seth really show mastery over these archetypes, and are constantly, testing things, changing things, tweaking things, and being really, really thoughtful about their approach. I know Seth has workshopped the so-called Burning Lions deck with like Mike Schaffenecker, with Pez. They're squarely in the 4 Psyblast main deck school of Magic.
It's fine. Yeah, I don't care.
And I mean, but that's a joke if you know, like, you just kind of know like where the kind of lion dib bolt archetype has been and like where it's headed. And it's I don't know. I think it's still interesting if you're really kind of bought into the format to see these things evolved. And then the same thing on Quinn's side, with the deck. I know there has been a couple of like closed company, really spiky tournaments lately, and Quinn has been a part of those. And he talked about how like the meta for like an environment that's all tier 1 is different from how you prepare for a meta that's just like the general field in old school.
Sure.
And talking about his individual card choices, both main and side, to reflect anticipated changes in the meta like that. And I think there's a lot of exciting, really small things happening here along the margins, but still interesting nonetheless.
So we have a turn 1 serendipity out of Seth. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that'll happen.
I mean, throwing 5 cards on the table is always a good thing on turn 1.
For sure.
You speak about the format being solved. A year and a half ago, when I first started playing old school. I heard that from a couple of different people that, oh, the format is solved already, so why would you bother playing? And it could be farther from the truth. Old school Magic is definitely a brewer's paradise. There's so many different archetypes out there that you can play, so many different cards that you can run. And then the big joke about, there's a new Legends card spoiled every week. Somebody plays a card from Legends that, a lot of people don't know, something that's under the radar, and, that's
a brutal mind twist there.
part of it. All right, so after throwing down all that mana and the Serendib, he now gets to Mind Twist for 4.
Yeah, that's fine.
You got it. Okay. So you got Jason Home, Underground Sea, Forward.
See, this is why we want to play 1.5 sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is why I play with the Paladins on Tuesdays, too, because you don't have to worry about Library and Mind Twist.
Sure, Paladins and like the different so-called gentlemen's variants that ban these disgusting cards. Guys, I take the opposite view. I think old school should be unfettered. Like, I came here to cast, Ancestral and Lotus and Library and just do unfair and weird things.
Oh yeah,
I like playing.
That's why I said sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
Because other times you want to do that too. It's you can do both.
Yeah, I don't know. I love playing maximum strength old school.
Yeah, by playing on Tuesday nights with the Paladins without the Library, without the Strip Mine, without Mind Twist, and with only a restricted factory, it makes it so that things like this weekend feel more special to me. So that I do get to play with 4 factories. I get to play with my cool library. And I just got an artist-proof Mind Twist. So, I finally get to play that in an event, too. So
that's really cool.
Cool.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys you're both right, obviously. Variety is the spice of life. And back to the point that I made on the stream earlier about, kind of having our people, having our base camp, and being able to do any number of things, from this great, community and platform that we have now, and it's all good.
18
I thought I'd mention also that this is a Serendib Ifrit that Seth has out. It's an altered one.
Yeah.
Yeah. In case you didn't see the checklist earlier.
Swing for 5.
I can talk a bit about the altar. It is a Serendib Ifrit with the face of Danny Kelly painted on it, the man with the cat. One of Seth's good friends who was part of the Sisters of the Flame in New York and moved to Michigan recently. So now he's also affiliated with the Knights Templar. The Serendib Ifrit, the normal Serendib Ifrit, of course, the Ensign Maddox art has like blade hands, kind of. This one has dick hands, and so Seth and Danny each have Serendib Ifrits altered to look like each other, and the Serendib is slapping them in the face with its dick hands.
That's awesome.
So there you go. That's friendship. And man, Seth is really laying it on here.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's a lot of. Oh, I see. He counterspelled.
And at least had the disenchant for the for the factory. I think that's just GG's. Yeah, holy smokes! Out of the gates.
I was sitting on my card name was Black Lotus.
I was looking at Seth's deck list, and he's got a lot of nice copies of cards. He has a lot of summer stuff. It's nice to look at his deck list actually.
Yeah.
But I do have to mention, you mentioned the one Serendib Altar and you gave its explanation, but he also has a Macho Man Randy Savage Cyblast.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Mind Twist is not deck, let's be honest.
I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
As the years kind of go on, and the people who have been in this community for a while, the depths of customization that happens with these collections and decks just gets greater and greater and greater, and it's super fun to watch. People's possessions literally transform, and the changes that people make to their kits over time it's like one of the really fun and rewarding things if you stick around long enough. But yeah, seeing when Seth gets a new summer card, he's really, really deep into summer. I'm super glad that I'm not, I don't have that particular affliction because it seems like a pretty expensive vice.
Yeah, I want to get one Summer Magic card at some point in time just to have it. But for me, it'll be like a Tranquility or or a wall of ice, or something of that caliber. That's a $250 card, not one of these $10,000 cards or whatever.
And if I lose,
Yeah. Now you're giving me ideas, Rich. I'm trying to like reconfigure my collection, so most of it is in these monocolored decks, and my mono black is white bordered, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should get a Summer Paralyze or something. Like this is a very dangerous game to be playing.
Yeah, it
Putting
definitely
bad
is.
ideas into my head.
But I was bitten by the artist proof bug, and so I've been picking them up when I can. So people get bitten by the alpha bug or the beta bug or the summer bug, and I felt that artist proofs were an untapped resource, and that there are a lot of artist proofs out there in old school where the artist proof isn't much more expensive than a regular version of the card.
Yeah, right.
And then if you surf some deals on Facebook or on eBay even, or even in the Discord groups, you can find some good things. It's like Jeff Benga's actually messaged me earlier in the week about because I ordered 4 Divine Offering proofs from him, and then he had a deal fall through on one that he did. He asked me if I wanted to buy it, and he gave me a deal on it, and I'm not gonna be upset that he contacted me about this pretty sweet artist proof Divine Offering, because most of the time I don't get anything on the back of my cards. I keep them blank, but I just thought that it was really cool of him. He said, "Hey, I know that you wanted these other Divine Offerings, but I got this one too." So.
I also thought I'd mention that when I first saw all the summer cards, I kind of thought, well, maybe that Disintegrate is in there because he has a summer Disintegrate, and you should play it if you have it, right?
Oh yeah.
But I actually like it in this deck more than I like a Fireball in that slot, because he's not playing Swords to Plowshares, right? So it actually gives you a way to like kill something with Regeneration if you need it or whatever. And you really don't need the extra utility that Fireball adds here, because you have plenty of ways to like, Chain Lightning or Lightning Bolt Savannah Lions and Orders and whatever else, all the other small guys. You've got a bunch of removal to kill those. So this kind of just, gives you another way to kill something with Regeneration. I like it quite a bit.
Yeah, you see a lot of aggro decks. For some reason, they'll run Swords to Plowshares, which is obviously counterintuitive to their plan. And now you're seeing, a lot of people leaning more towards cutting the swords in general. In relying on the burn as removal.
You're up, man.
And just like you said, the Disintegrate, it deals with a couple of things that Fireball can't, and it does exile things, so they're out of the game permanently.
Yeah.
Plateau.
Remember, what I feel like is a kind of slow start from Seth. I mean, he has a Lion, but I'm sure that's not going to stick around for all that long. Plus, there's an opposing Mishra's Factory. So, to be fair, I guess though, Seth's deck has a lot of ways to kill a factory. So
Yeah.
there tends to be a lot of just attacking with your Savannah Lions and representing the fact that you can kill it. Yeah, there's a bolt.
I'm actually surprised that I was going to say, surprised that Quinn activated the factory there. I didn't think he would.
Well, if you have a bolt, I mean, you kind of get to 2 for 1 then, right? Well, I guess it's 2 for... Yeah, you get to 2 for 1 then. You trade the counterspell for the Lion and the bolt, right? I've actually enjoyed playing counterspell factory decks. I hadn't played them for a while, and then when I went back to them, like that whole aspect of it really, really kind of, you sort of forget about it. You don't appreciate it when you don't have it, and it's really powerful sometimes. But he had the disenchant anyway, so.
play a Tundra, and I'll take a point and try and brain geyser myself for free.
So it ended up being
Got it.
2 for 2 because the bolt and the disenchant got rid of the counterspell in the factory.
Oh, actually,
Mhm.
Kevin Costarino from the chat, he's pointing out that the factory was summoning sick anyway, so it would have been 2 separate 1-for-1s. But
Yeah.
Swing the line.
I think it goes 12.
well, that lion's going to town.
Meow, meow, meow.
Play a volcanic. Go ahead.
You have 3 cards.
3 cards now.
Got my stuff.
Hmm.
And draw.
We were talking about Seth Summer cards. The chat is pointing out that he, at the same time, had a Chronicle City of Brass in play.
Yeah.
I like
It's an
it.
aesthetic. Yeah,
Mhm.
why not? Quinn's got a lot of cards, man.
Yeah.
One of the first things I did when I got into old school was, I mean, obviously I got revised Serendip Efreets, but then I ended up going to a foreign white bordered. I got a really good deal on them.
Yeah.
But part of that is because I've always had a thing for if Biff Efreet, and I wanted to run both, and I didn't want to be that guy who ran a revised Serendip with the if Biff art and ran if Biff Efreet in the same deck.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be pretty confusing.
Mhm.
That's fine.
It's not so bad in paper Magic, but on webcam games,
Go ahead.
How many
it
cards?
can be
I
pretty
think
difficult.
he regrowth back a Brain Geyser. Is that what he just got back there? I couldn't quite see it in the glare.
Move pretty fast.
City of
Yeah.
Brass.
I don't remember him playing Brain Geyser though, so we were talking. I might have missed it.
So Seth's got 3 in hand. Quinn just regrowth something.
Yeah.
It feels like Quinn also has like 7 mana at this point.
Yeah, Chad is confirming for us. It was a Brain
4
Geyser.
cards in hand.
Yeah, I have 4 cards.
Thanks.
We need a second main phase.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate you calling that out also.
That's a lot of cards.
Yeah.
I think if you don't call it out, it
I
doesn't.
mean, technically,
Yeah, because you
Seth
didn't.
has some counter spells.
Hey, you didn't do that.
It'd be real nice to have one right now.
I'm gonna pay 6 mana
Right.
and-
But Quinn's holding up his own.
Yeah, I mean, do you believe he has it? He's already cast 1 counter spell.
Let's see.
Psionic Blast you.
Results.
Psyblast.
8, you got 20.
Okay.
There's a response.
All right.
So draw 4.
I'll take 1. I'm gonna mana drain.
Mana Drain.
Oh.
Nice.
And drain. There you
Okay,
go.
Wow. Okay.
So now we see.
Mana drain.
Yep.
Does he have it?
He does not.
19. And
It's good for Seth.
And you have 3 cards in hand?
2.
2, alright.
So Seth has 1,000,000 mana.
Yep.
And how much was
You
that
gonna
Brain
burn?
Geyser for? How much do I actually get in my pool?
You get 6 mana.
Probably, it doesn't matter too much, but
You get 6
Yeah.
mana. 1, 2,
6,
3,
alright.
4. Yes.
He only has 1 card in hand, right? So, whatever he's doing. Unless
He's
it's an
got
X
2.
spell.
no, he has 2, right? He has the 1 and
2
the 1 he
cards.
drew.
Okay.
Well, like at the time that you mana drain, you got to figure it. Like,
I'm just thinking.
no,
Apologies.
I like mana burn. It's cool that mana drain has its downside sometimes.
I like
It's a
Mana
good
Burn a
idea.
lot. I like it so much
Yeah, I
that
mean-
I got a custom license plate
not
that
what I
says Mana
expected.
Burn.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess you win that one.
John likes games with the raid. 27 people joining us. Thank you all. We are playing, watching some Atlantic old school Magic tonight, and we're trying to raise some money for Room to Grow.
Wow.
So if you could
He's
please
got it.
go to the website go.rallyup.com/lobstercom, and you
Holy
can
shit.
enter in a bunch of different raffles,
Yeah, I
or
just
you
assumed you had
can
Because I was like,
scroll down to the bottom
Because I
and you
typed it,
can
okay,
donate.
sequence
So
is-
lots of hype going
And
on.
I'm
Thank
like,
you,
I'm not
John. I
that far
appreciate
ahead.
it.
Yeah.
Rocket Man, thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
Want to see if they want to play another one?
Yeah.
3 rocks with 1
Let's do
Hey
that.
guys, you want to do one more for us? We just had 50 some odd people join the stream.
Sure.
All right. Well, the official result is that Seth.
Okay, it was a bit of an exaggeration, but
They missed my. So
you
basically,
say?
you know, it's gonna get roll
Quinn say?
reversed here, and I'm just gonna get steamrolled.
It'll take an hour and a half.
All right, Quinn, your choice, man. Do you mind if we just stay sideboarded just because it's easier?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Cool. All right, brother. All right, man.
And I guess I'll take the play because I lost horribly.
All right, yeah, so they're gonna keep going.
all right, so they're gonna give us one more.
The key is like I need a first turn threat, right? If I can get a first turn threat, I can like dictate the whole tempo of the game. And that's
We
what
got
Yeah,
some
this is
bonus
for those of
magic.
you just joining us. This is a kind of a classic matchup in old school 93-94 between and you know the stock aggro deck that's like 4 or 5 colors and the deck one of the great control archetypes of all time basically. So they were playing best of 3. Seth, who's on the aggro deck, just won 2-0, but now we'll play a bonus game or two.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I
Try and see if Quinn gets the revenge game. Wow, so Seth had he mana drained into that disintegrate basically for a ton of damage. Is that how that?
And he had no counter, right? I mean,
Yeah,
he knew he had no counter. So.
That's pretty freaking good.
He would have countered the mana drain if he had it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, a bunch of these cards are worth a lot, guys. Yeah. I can't believe you shuffle those cards. Well, I mean, the cards were meant to be played. So, you have a lot of people who will buy graded cards and will crack them open so that they can play them. Excuse me, I've done that myself, actually.
Oh yeah,
a good example is I think Seth has like outer sleeves on his sleeves, right? Like there's just ways to make the cards.
Yeah. Seth's triple sleeves, so I mean it helps protect the cards, but yeah.
Nonetheless, I mean, I think the general ethos in old school is that like the cards are made to be played. Like we're doing more for the cards by using them, enjoying them, than just kind of preserving them or something. I don't know.
And there's nothing wrong with that if people want to collect the cards just to collect or whatever. But I mean, at the end of the day, it is a collectible card game, and there's a bunch of us who decided that we want to play this game. And we want to play with these old cards, and that's how we feel. But I don't begrudge anybody who keeps anything slabbed or just keeps things in binders or whatnot. One of the traditions in old school is to find something that is slabbed and use it as a drink coaster. Now I didn't do it with a magic card for me, but I have a Miss Mask trading card, graded 9.5 gold label. And that is my beer coaster. So,
I don't know why I have these cards slabbed. People just like throw stuff at me at different events. But the pestilence is very very du jour for 2020, right? So I use the pestilence coaster a lot.
Yeah. I wanted to get something that wasn't magic related that I didn't think that anybody else would have. So I was debating between this or there was a Garbage Pail Kid, but somebody sniped the Garbage Pail Kid on me while I was hemming and hawing about what I was going to get. So
I don't really. You're good, man. 1, 2, 3. This is for fun. But
all right, looks like they're looking at starting hands here.
Splitting is really less impactful.
Okay.
So.
Cool. Well, I'll take the play for this one.
I'll keep.
I don't have a coaster actually. I should get one.
I am keeping.
I just realized that you guys are showing off your coasters.
Yeah, come
on. Usually I was just thinking, don't I have one somewhere? I don't think I do actually. The more I think about it, I don't think I have one.
How many cards?
All right. Ivory Tower on the play isn't as good when you play 3 cards. Just saying.
Play a volcanic. Go ahead.
Just had to run that maze out, right? It's a little awkward to not have. Guess you got to use the land drop somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't skip the land drop. Makes sense.
Right.
I'll just disenchant it.
Probably not the start that Quinn was hoping for in his revenge game, though. Is he disenchanting
Yeah.
the?
I'm at 19.
See, I think
I
I
would
would have gone for
disenchant
the
the
Mox
Mox.
there.
I definitely would kill the Mox there.
Maybe like you don't. He might have just played the maze.
And take a point for Chaos Orb.
That's fine.
Chaos
I don't
Orb.
know.
The naked orb.
That sounds like a tavern in D&D.
Well,
Was probably a 1980s movie, a bad B flick.
this is kind of cruddy. You have how many cards in? 4?
I have 4.
I'll take 1 in Demonic Tutor.
Results.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Card
it's
the card that the Brits call Demon Tutor.
Demon Tutor. I mean, you just get Ancestral here, right? I don't.
I mean, that's the Occam's Razor tutor, right?
Yeah.
Just the simplest
No, I'll wait till you.
tutor
I'm gonna
target
wait
is
till
probably
you're up.
correct.
Yeah.
Go ahead, and then during your upkeep, I'm gonna cast Ancestral.
It resolves.
There she is.
Okay. I'm just gonna shuffle. You can do your thing. I'm tapped out.
Ancestral
Draw 3.
Recall.
Good card, Ancestral.
A little bit.
Hit altered to have a top hat and monocle, in case you can't see that.
I have no other place.
Oh man, were you keeping the Ivory Tower hand?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm not sure if this turn 1 tower might be a trap.
Yeah.
Mox Purple in chat. I agree with you that he says that's where every side quest starts at the Naked Orb.
Yeah.
Naked orb. you have your quest giver there. Yeah.
Yeah, how many cards are you up to after the Ancestral?
I should have 8.
Okay.
All right.
You drop a 9?
No, that was I think my draw for turn. I think so. Actually, now I'm not even sure, but I think that's where I'm at. I'm not gonna draw.
Sure. That's a nice to have, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Not sure you use it yet, though.
Was that a Neos
I'll stick
stamp?
your city.
Oh, it's an Eternal Central stamp.
Oh,
From,
Eternal Central stamp?
Pass to go.
which means he won it in
What other
in Pittsburgh or
Um,
Chicago or
in
something.
Turn, I will take 1 and attempt to sign a
Just
class.
a side blast. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Sounds good. I think my life total's a little less than 4.
I love the other like random nostalgic '90s things that come up when we are playing old school Magic. It just I get a kick out of it.
Yeah, same.
I have 6. I'll leave them face up.
Plus, if you go to enough of these tournaments, especially lately, people give away weird stuff.
Face up.
I happen to have in arm's reach these Ninja
Oh,
Turtles
ooh, look at
trading
that.
cards. I think I got the. Oh, there's I have Power Rangers. A bunch of Wyvern packs too. I don't know why I'm sitting on all this
I get a 12.
marvelously valuable sealed product in arm's reach. I should probably clean my desk off, but
And then I will also attempt to Lightning Bolt you.
Man, that's a lot of burn. I think
Yeah.
Seth is just taking advantage of the fact that Quinn only has 1 blue mana, so
exactly,
you can't do anything about this.
Yeah.
exactly.
I mean, Seth took 4 to deal 7. Seems fair.
You kind of have to wonder though, like from Quinn's perspective, you see Seth playing more lands out of his hand. I don't know how many lands Seth really thinks that he needs. I mean, he has the 1 Disintegrate, but he also has Armageddon in the sideboard, so it kind of makes you wonder, like, did he board in the Armageddons? What are the Geddons for? Does he play around Geddon? Just what what's his thinking there? You know what I mean?
And tonight is not Quinn's night.
Yeah.
Flux.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is Quinn playing tomorrow?
Yeah, it's, what, 4 cards?
I have three.
Check the
cards.
roster.
End of turn.
He is
In
not,
response, I'll take 2.
which is reasonable considering the whatever 6:30, 7 a.m. start time on the West Coast.
Disenchant
But
for that orb too.
Disenchant on the orb. Wow.
He's got
Yeah,
all
that's-
the,
That's
all
just
the
sticking him in the
answers.
junk.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. This is.
Pay for the pearl.
I'm glad we had 3 fantastic matches before
Yeah.
this.
Mm-hmm.
This has been a little one-sided.
I like the choice to not strip mine the maze of it though.
I guess I'll say go.
That seems to have paid off.
Agree. Yeah.
I mean, we
Yeah,
don't know
we-
his hand. He might have had the energy flux, which kind of informs that decision.
Right, right. But you know, I mean, you don't need. If Quinn can't stop you, you don't need creature-based damage to accomplish anything. You can just keep going to the face, and
Right.
Seth seems to have it all. So
He's only got 1 card in hand though. It looks like, right? 2?
I have
2 cards. 3 cards. Oh, they
3
just
cards.
keep appearing.
yeah, but now Quinn is on 2 permanents. One of them
Yeah.
does nothing.
Yeah.
Underground sea. Go ahead.
Hey, a second blue source.
A land is a good start.
Attempt to lightning bolt you.
Another bolt to the face.
This is like a lesson about why you shouldn't play the deck. Well, I mean, the deck can end up doing some better things than what it's showing on stream tonight, chat. Sorry about that.
No, I mean,
6.
Quinn has gone to repeated finals and a ton of events
just-
recently.
That's just Heinz from the Beast.
I think
He's
so.
just Giving us. Yeah.
All right, I'll take 2. I'll mind twist you.
Twist.
Ooh.
5.
Oh,
Take 2 down.
I mean, you have to have the counter here, right?
He's
Like,
got to have a counter.
he's had a lot of cards in his hand. He must have one.
Yeah,
he has
yeah,
one.
yeah. No, he's been trying to get 2 blue for the entire game. He's certainly got the counter sitting there.
Draw cards. You have 1 left.
I have 1 card in hand.
Casual summer twist. Yeah. One thing I've noticed about the summer magic market is that it doesn't move a lot. Like a card that is $1,000 today was $1,000 10 years ago. So
Here's an interesting. He's playing the library and he has like 6 in hand.
Something
Ever
like
6?
that. Yeah. And that strip mine's gone.
Yeah, for sure.
That is less than good.
Let's just see what Seth can do to add any kind of pressure here outside of just like
Go
fucking
ahead.
burn spells. But now Seth is down to 1 card, right? So it doesn't seem like a lot of pressure is going to be forthcoming.
But even in Seth's shoes, I think I would just start not playing cards. Eventually, you get back to library, and you're just gonna you have more burn. Like you just have more burn than he has answers, right?
Exactly, for sure. I'm also like Quinn played the factory. Did he need to there?
Yeah, you got it. I'm at 5.
I was playing something else.
Maybe it's a threat on board, but
He just attacked him?
Factory.
I think so. Yeah. He just wanted a threat on board since there was no,
Go ahead.
Nothing else happening, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to be close to 7 now, right? I guess not.
Yeah, it's hard for us to see without zooming
Another
in on this,
factory.
but yeah, Seth's on 5 life. It looks like, and I want to say that Quinn is on. I can't see his notepad, but if Seth's tracking his life, I think the other die says 4.
My turn?
So either way, we're
That is just the card.
close to the end,
Go ahead.
barring any ivory towers or whatever.
Right.
Okay. About 7.
Mm-hmm.
What a mess.
First Legion, and just between you and me, thank you guys for the follows.
Yeah, I guess I'll drop 8 now.
Okay.
It's a lot of factory defense, though.
Factory defense. Well, Seth is writing library now, or Quinn is writing library now.
Right.
Seth's on 3 cards.
Yeah, like man. I mean, the problem is that you realistically can't tap your underground sea and your city brass because you need to represent counterspell probably.
Yeah, for the rest of the game, basically.
Yeah, so you're sort of just a little stuck. Having that scrub land is nice because it means you can have swords and also block with your factory
Mm-hmm.
and represent counterspell.
I mean, you can even gain life with your factory if you really need to.
Oh, well, swords are factory.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
You've got the maze too. Like you're under. If you're Quinn, you're under no pressure, basically.
Right. Yeah. Other than from burn spells.
That's it.
That's the only real problem. So you really can't.
But yeah, his sea and his city are frozen.
Yeah. You just can't tap out really.
That's another factory now.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll untap. I'm gonna upkeep library.
That's fine.
I'll drop the 8.
Mhm.
Turn off that.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine this game ending with a Time Twister or Wheel of Fortune that gets cast, and then it getting countered, and then Quinn getting side blasted after the fact.
Yeah.
That's like the thing that, like he may have one of those in his hand right now, but he's just like waiting to get the other piece of it because of the way that the board is situated right now on Quinn's side. Right? You just can't really do anything about that combination of things. I guess it could be 2 side blasts or whatever, but yeah, he needs to like assemble that two cards that give him that out basically.
Which one, the unaffected by summoning sickness or the summoning sickness?
But I mean, some factory attacks are possible here, depending on what's in his hand. Maybe you use bolts here, right? Like you can swing in if he has like a single bolt or disenchants or something. You want to attack and try and use those for something since they're not ending the game right now.
So with that,
maybe you want to keep a bolt, but
stack.
But disenchanting a factory is good.
Unaffected by summoning sickness one, or the summoning sick one, then I'll make him a 3/3. Because you killed the one unaffected by summoning sickness.
I targeted that one. That's true.
Yeah. So so this guy cannot tap.
That's correct. Okay. In response,
We've got some interesting. Oh.
How many guards in?
I have 7 now.
Okay, so it gives me
Interesting.
All right, I
So he swords this factory.
Okay. I'm gonna animate one of my factories and attack you.
Yeah, you got it, man.
Strip one of them and swords the other.
Second 5.
Okay.
Seems like a good play.
And then at end of combat, I'm gonna untap it. Maze.
That's fine.
Okay. And Maze is the one factory
Amazing into
after
combat. Nice.
Black Lotus.
That's a lot of dead factories.
Yeah.
Is that a
Lotus.
Can you quick note this? Yeah, Lotus. Okay.
I'll crack Black Lotus, and I will cast Time Twister.
Twister.
Yep. Here we go, Mike.
This could be it. Counter the Twister, side blast
This
for
could
the
be
win.
the thing that. Exactly.
Just like you drew it up.
I mean, maybe, but the funny part is if he lets it resolve, then, you know, you shuffle away the twist, the satellites. But if it resolves, Quinn's probably dead anyway, right?
All right. Do I show you my
Okay.
hand? You don't.
There you go.
Wow. Well, that definitely favors.
Hey
Yeah,
Seth,
I
one of
guess-
your factories should be exiled.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
I mean, that's helpful because I don't want to draw a factory at this juncture.
Yes. Well,
No, I don't.
you're clearly looking for burn here.
Yeah. Factories are not the card.
Well, now they're both going to have active libraries.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess they're not terrible, but
I mean,
Not that.
it would be pretty unlucky from Seth's perspective to not win when this twister
It's pretty
finishes
much
resolving.
100%. Yeah.
But it's possible.
am I able to win here, or I'm probably just dead?
I don't know about that.
Giving you a full grip. Because I'm only at 5 life. Like, I did a lot of damage to myself this game.
True. I guess let's look back over. Alright, show me what you got.
Alright, let's see what happens. Alright.
Let's see where
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's something. 7 cards. I'll draw my library.
Going deep.
no reason not to draw the card.
Yeah. I'm sure he has something to play.
Mm-hmm.
I will cast Ancestral, targeting myself.
Ancestral
That's
myself.
All right, it's a lot of cards.
That's not something you hear or see quite often when somebody has 8 cards, but hey. Sylvan Bookstore, thank you for the follow.
3. Mox. Mox.
Pearl and a jet.
Why don't they add old school to Arena? I do not know. Thermal Cowboys, thank you for the follow.
What do you got, Seth?
He's got a whole lot of mana.
Yeah.
Got a whole lot of mana and a whole lot of nothing, though, apparently.
I mean, he still has 3 cards, though, right? Like,
Did he draw his Mind Twist?
I have to guess he has no black card in hand because he tapped his jet, and his only other black sources are City of Brass, so he'd take damage for guessing them.
Demonic Tutor?
I will attempt to Lightning Bolt you.
No.
Play no lightning bolt.
All right, so now Quinn's at what, 1?
So 1. Yeah. So now he can't tap the City of Brass.
Do some math.
Yeah.
This is it, right? Like,
It must. Unless Seth just has nothing else. It's possible.
I mean, he's counting a bunch of.
Yeah.
Cast another
Yeah.
extra.
Anti-blast.
Just another
Flux.
flux. Yeah, he must have
Flux.
another burn.
Flux all the rocks that he just played.
Yeah. Or well, this is sideboarded, right? So if we look at Quinn's deck, he does have blue blasts. Maybe he's boarded those in. I mean, playing the flux before you try and cast
balance.
some other spell
Balance.
might be reasonable.
Oh, he was just dumping
Oh.
it to balance.
I
Yeah.
have-
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Sure.
3 cards. How many lands do you have?
I have
Seth is going to lose a land.
5, 6, 7, 8.
One land.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll be okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But Quinn will have to discard 4 cards.
Well, probably 5. Or no, he had the library tapped already, right?
Yeah, the library was already tapped, so he just has the 7 from the Twister.
Right.
Yeah, I guess balance resolves.
Okay.
Card 4 cards.
Yeah, so I got it. How many lands you have?
I have 6. No, I have 7. Amaze.
7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Deal with that guy. Deal with the rest of these. Okay.
So I'm discarding 4 down to 3.
Yep, down to 3.
Okay, I'll discard the Tree Growth, the Abyss, Divine Offering, and the Fox Pearl.
Okay. And then I will drop 2 Savannah Lions.
So that's
Oh, look at that. He drops 2 lions on the
right?
table. So he's got defense from the
And
2
you're-
factories.
You have 1 card left.
I have 1 card in hand. Correct.
Okay. Untap my stuff.
That's quite the hand.
No kidding.
I mean, it's worse than just having
Yeah,
kill, right?
like three burn spells would be way better, right? But
Right.
But that's still fine.
He had to do a lot of thinking, and actually, he still has to try to earn this win.
And Quinn is off library, of course. Yeah. The balance really made the sequencing of that
Yeah, that was well sequenced by Seth.
a little tricky for sure.
Suboptimal.
I see.
He just got rid of that library.
Right, like what the hell do I need this for? You know?
Right, yeah, exactly.
1 factory.
You got it.
I don't know. I mean, I might have sacked one of the other lands just in case, we have to wheel again or something.
Or just another draw 7 comes up, or
But it seems unlikely to matter
some kind of weird stall.
3.
Yes.
because he has 3 volcanics and 3 plateaus. He has not that many white cards. He could probably sack
No
a
box.
No loss.
second plateau maybe.
None.
Okay, take 2.
Okay.
Man, close game.
Yeah, this was.
Let's see, am I
very
untapped? I think I'm not.
You also have to wonder how many chain lightnings
Uh,
Seth boarded out here. I don't know that we've seen a chain in this sideboarded game, which is not the most uncommon
These guys
sideboarding
got
strategy, when you're playing against control from Seth's perspective.
Right.
It doesn't hit factory.
No
And
targets. You can't kill factory with it. Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter.
it's
It was
literally just a burn spell.
Just a lava axe.
Yeah. You're puking cards for balance.
I will play another Savannah Lion.
Another kitty.
Man.
The third cat.
All right, that's lethal, or no, it's not. Two factories in a maze. So
Yeah.
we need one more.
Untap.
Does Seth still have a factory hiding somewhere, or no?
No, it's dead. They both. One was swords and one was disenchanted.
Yeah.
But so the life totals are 2 for Seth and 1 for Quinn.
Mhm.
That's exciting.
Play planes.
You got it.
Yeah, and you definitely have like a really weird
Activate 1 factory.
decision to make from kind of both perspectives, but maybe more so from Seth's side.
Go to move.
Because like, let's say that you
1 Lion.
Open up business. I'll pump my guy at 3-3.
have one more threat or whatever, like you're attacking in. You have to respect the fact that Seth could have a disenchant or a bolt, right? So you kind of have to have enough mana up to do like multiple things from Quinn's perspective. It's just a little tricky.
Mhm.
Let's see.
So Quinn attacked with the factory, and then when he blocked, he pumped it. So now a crackback
He's got
from
to have
those
a
lines is lethal.
swords or something then.
So he mazes one of his own guys, but it has the exact same effect.
Yeah, I don't know if I would
No, this thing out.
raise my guy back. I would just.
How many cards in? 2 or 3?
3.
Okay. Untap.
I guess it's the same either way. I'm trying to think if there are cards that Seth has that make it. I think I'd rather have the maze up. Yeah, just the way Quinn did it. I'd rather have the maze up than a factory because the factory can die before blocks.
So it's
Whereas a maze-
multiple things, yeah.
Yeah, whereas a maze only dies to land destruction.
Mhm.
Okay, so we maze a lion and use the removal spell that we have. He's got the swords. I mean,
Yeah, that's so rough because like he knows that that Seth has counter spells.
I have 2 cards in.
Yeah.
I don't know that I could. I don't know that I could live this dangerously.
I'm gonna swords 1.
oh, like attacking like Quinn the way Quinn did. Yeah,
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 back
for sure.
a factory, like I don't know.
That's, I mean, but it doesn't have the counter, and
And you
that's,
have 2
Yeah.
cards in?
Yes.
I mean,
Show me the counter spell.
Bolt.
That's a
Is that lightning bolt?
bolt to the face.
yeah.
Do you have a counter spell?
Gonna do about it.
Counter
Yep.
spell.
Counter, okay.
Well, he made him have it
Quinn doesn't
though.
have,
Okay. Move that.
Yeah.
we know Seth doesn't have a counter, so
Yeah.
Got my stuff.
that's
Scrappy little end game.
That might be the end
I thought
game.
Jeez.
I don't know what that last card is in Seth's hand.
right.
Probably nothing exciting.
Probably not. I mean, yeah.
Kind of petered out, and then draw 7's just.
Yeah.
real
He
fast.
sent that bolt
Uh,
so fast.
I think
yeah, I guess all I have
Bolton
really
is
is
keep
an
maybe
attack.
I hear what they're saying right now, so maybe that's what he did. But
Go to 3/3.
You got it.
no, he didn't just try and swing for the win.
Just didn't go for the win. He wanted to make sure the lion was
You
so
got the game.
Okay.
Okay,
Lamp
sweet.
poster, thank you for the follow.
nice.
Ooh.
All right, well,
Card away.
Quinn
One
gets his
turn off.
revenge game. That was a really nice game. That was
That was
pretty
good.
intricate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Let's hop in
definitely a
and-
good game.
It was
Up in and
lion
chat with
draw
these guys
7
for a little
was,
bit.
like,
Yeah.
all
That was great. I'm glad we played that extra one.
And double lions was like, oh, this is bad. And 1 bolt. I was like, ugh. Was not great.
You caught me with a hand, when you cast the Time Twister, you caught me with a hand with a couple tomes and a soul ring that I wasn't casting with the energy flux.
Yeah.
So I was just like, oh yeah, and they had 2 abysses that weren't doing anything, but I couldn't really cast either.
Right. Yeah, and they just really weren't like
That was a
impactful.
weird
That,
scrap one, not really how either of us threw that one up.
yeah, that was good games though, man. They were fun. Definitely, a lot of back and forth. Even though the third one especially was a lot of fun.
Nice, yeah.
I'm really glad you guys played that third game.
Yeah,
That was
thanks
really
for
fun
giving
to
us that
watch.
extra game. That was a really good game.
Yeah,
Yeah, it didn't go according to plan, but sometimes the factory aggro gets there when you're like double energy fluxed and can't cast Jam Day Tome.
I don't think it went according to anyone's plan, but that's
Oh.
that's what made it so interesting, actually.
Yeah, Seth was just saying like what a garbage draw 7 he got. I mean, other than the ancestral.
Oh,
all in the
yeah.
air.
We couldn't believe. I mean, it was nice the way he sequenced through that whole balance turn, but it was so much worse than so many things he could have drawn.
well, that's what I drew the lions and I was debating in my mind. I'm like, well, I can't I have to actually just keep lions in hand, even though they're garbage, because I knew the factories would kill me anyway, right? I
Yeah.
didn't have a reliable way to actually kill the factory, so I
Right,
could have
right.
basically gotten down to 1 card in hand and had a bolt and blown up one of his factories, but I still would be dead to the other one. So I had to just know that the lions would hopefully buy me time to just top deck burn, and it didn't happen. So it was a good game. Definitely fun.
Well,
Yeah, it was fun to
definitely
watch.
appreciate you guys playing this game tonight and allowing me to stream these games, and really appreciate that you stuck on right after we got that big host to give us another game. That was a really good game too. So
Yeah, no, it was a blast. So thank you, everyone. You guys have a great night.
Yeah,
and good
same
luck
to you.
for everybody playing tomorrow.
yeah, thanks
Thanks
guys.
so much for being a part of this, and thanks Rich for streaming this. This was a ton of fun. Mike, I really enjoyed it. hanging out with you and doing the commentary and watching a lot of really cool stuff.
Yeah, glad I could be here.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Thanks
Have
for
a good one, everyone.
Thanks
All
a lot,
right,
guys.
have a good night, everybody, and we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, have fun
Take it
tomorrow.
easy.
Take care, everybody. Okay, so we're going to be wrapping up here in just a moment, but please, if you have not already done so, please go.rallyup.com/LobstercoM, and you can, for $5, you can grab 10 raffle tickets to any of the items that were shown, or you can just go down to the bottom there, hit that blue button to donate. And we've raised a whole bunch of money for Room to Grow, and we're hoping to raise some more between the end of the day and tomorrow. I appreciate everybody who joined the stream today. My regularly scheduled stream is Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, where I play 3 rounds of Old School Magic with the Northern Paladins as part of the Tuesday night gauntlet. And then join me tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'll be streaming all of my matches from LobstercoM, the main event. It should be a good time. 7 rounds of Old School Magic. And yeah, and tomorrow we are also playing by Atlantic Old School rules, so right there in the middle. One strip mine, you can use Fallen Empires. Of course, we have Mana Burn. 4 copies of the card Recall, 4 shops, 4 Time Vaults, and 4 Shahrazad are legal. So, thanks again, everybody. I hope you all had a great night. We had a great time streaming these games. Appreciate all of your input. Everybody, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for everything. And I hope you all have a great night. And I hope I can see a whole bunch of you guys tomorrow on the stream. Thank you very much. Take care and have a great night.